Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call the February 9th, 2024 Transportation Surtax Oversight Board regular meeting to order. It's 9:37. We have a parking problem out in the lot. That's what takes us so long to get here sometimes. As I say, good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order and have a roll call, please, right?
No problem. Good morning, everybody. Douglas Coleman.
Here.
Thank you. Anthea Pennant Wallace.
Here.
Bill Allen.
Is your mic on?
Thank you.
Just quiet.
Sorry, Ardal
You
Dalmas.
gotta turn your mic up.
Thank you. Turn it up a little bit. Debbie Madden.
Here.
Thank you. Ronald Frazier will join a little bit later, and we have Alejandro Mios on Zoom. Shay Smith and Alan Hooper will be absent today. Thank you.
We have a quorum, correct? And Alejandro's on the phone?
Yes, we do have a physical quorum and we have one member participating virtually.
All right, do we have any members of the public that want to speak today? Is that what we do next?
We do that next. Thank you. We do have members of the public. Well, we have members of the municipalities here, but they are for questions only, and it is related to action item number 3.
So no other public today?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I guess we do have someone that would like to
That's
speak
fine.
on the 5-year
Wonderful.
plan.
I apologize. I put it as questions only as just a sense. Yeah, my name is Ray McElroy. I live in Fort Lauderdale. I've been a resident of South Florida for 31 years. I lived in between Miami-Dade County and here. I'm representing myself today as long as a group called Better Streets Broward. We're just a grassroots group that works for better urbanism, better transportation. I just wanted to take my time today to come from work. I didn't really prepare like a formal presentation, but I wanted to make sure that I talk to you as a citizen and make sure that you guys are constantly asking yourself the correct questions as you approve these budgets. Because we have one shot at this, and if we don't get the surtax funding with an impactful result at the end of the 30 years, we don't get it again. It's already a struggle in Miami-Dade County because they didn't do it right. There's guardrails in place, as I've talked to staff before, in this, so we don't repeat Miami-Dade, but I'm still seeing some of these things that present themselves. So I want to go through a few things. I want to make sure that every time we're doing something, we're using the best empirical data. There's over something of hundreds of millions of dollars of roadway and intersection expansions throughout the county. There's the fiber optic system that's being expanded. There's the arterial traffic management systems. Those things cost a lot of money. They cost like $3, $4, $5 signs, and you get like 1% incremental increase in your capacity. So the public will never actually be able to see that. And you might get tangible results immediately from it, but we're not really seeing a true metric on the back end. We're spending a lot of money to squeeze a little bit of capacity of what we have. The real solution is a transit system, as you guys know, with the Broward County transit system. And that means that we should be focusing on sidewalks, on protected bike lanes, and stuff like that, crosswalks. One of the things I was surprised about seeing in some of the budgeting is that we're still funding unprotected bike lanes. This isn't the best design practice. You guys aren't a design board. You're taking the advice from the engineers and design staff, but you guys ultimately control the purse. I think you guys should be implementing and pushing for best design standards across all things: protected bike lanes, shared use paths, wide sidewalks, more crosswalks. I think as a board, you guys should be hyper-focused on measurable metrics that you can take to the public and win with. One of them that we're losing in right now is pedestrian and bicycle fatalities. We're ranked 14th in the metro US. This is done by Dangerous by Design is the concept, and there's 3 E's to address fatalities. There's engineering, education, enforcement. These are engineering projects. Roadway expansion and those kind of items don't actually help fix the pedestrian fatality. You guys have a giant budget. You guys have the potential to drive this number down and actually make Broward County the leader in pedestrian safety. A lot of these projects just don't look like that right now. There was a neighbor of mine who died. He was like 7 years old on Davie Boulevard. I live 2 blocks behind Davie Boulevard. It's like some low income shopping. He was crossing the street. I reached out to my commissioner years ago. There's no program funded to replace that intersection. There's no funding being dictated to make that safer. And I don't get it because we have billions of dollars, we have millions of dollars, but we're not targeting the real target zero campaigns. We're not hyper focusing on the measurable metrics. And to me, the measurable metric of a transportation system, first of a pyramid, is safety. The base of a successful transportation system is safety for all users, road users, bicycles, pedestrians. I think more funding, a lot of these projects you guys are going to see are coming from engineering and public works department. They're engineering driven focused. You might not see a lot of sidewalk projects, crosswalks projects, slow, median streets. I think you guys as a board should be asking for more of those to get pulled up through the pipeline. Those are the kind of projects that will make a remarkable difference. We should be drilling into BCT's operation data. We need the best possible metrics from them. How do we get those metrics? We put more buses, more operators, but we finish out sidewalks. We make it very simple to cross a street that if your bus stops on the north side of Oakland Park, there's an accessible median protected crosswalk to get to the south side. Because sometimes just crossing a busy arterial in Broward County is enough to discourage you from taking the bus. And you might just say, I'm just going to Uber today. But we want to drive transit to BCT. It's an empirical way to move people in large counties that has a very good like cost to benefit ratio. I'm over my time. I'll kind of finish there. I'll say this one last thing. This is a paradigm shift for me, and then I'll stop here. The Mayan and Aztec empires used to sacrifice people. They would put them on the altar. They would put them up on the pyramids. Everybody would gather around, and it was a part of their system. They understood that with sacrifice, there was a reason why it came. The system flourished. The rains rained, the sun sun. The system was the focus. The problem is we're kind of doing the same thing with pedestrian fatalities. We allow our system to take the priority ahead of safety. And in turn, we're having sacrifices of humans. And it might sound a little weird, but if you think about it in that framework, ultimately, we're allowing the fact that we allow any pedestrian deaths for the sake of the system is indicative of us not correctly reflecting on what we think in the past is kind of a weird thing. So I'll leave it there. Hopefully I was kind of clear. I'd like to open a dialogue in the future if you guys ever want to talk in email or one-on-one or Zoom to share my thoughts without just being in the public comment format. But I appreciate your time and I appreciate you guys sitting on this board. I think this is the most important board and most important meeting in Broward County, honestly. So thank you.
Does anyone have any questions? I do have a couple. One, I would like you to repeat again who you either represent or who you're working for. I didn't quite understand that.
I represent myself. I'm also part of a group called Better Streets Broward. I met these people because we go to city hall meetings. I go to a lot of FDOT meetings myself because most of these pedestrian fatalities happen at state road levels. And I just meet these people. We're a horizontally organized group.
Question number two, how many meetings have you attended in full of this board?
0.
Okay, I would suggest you stay today because a lot of the things that you brought up, particularly safety, tracking safety and what we're doing, we're going to talk about. So I think we hear you. I don't necessarily agree because if there's anyone on this board has been pushing sidewalks, bicycle safety, all the things you mentioned, and they are being worked on. I think people have to understand that it's not happening tomorrow. And we're not always happy with how long it takes to do things, and you're going to hear some of that. So my suggestion to you would be please stay today and listen to what's going on, because I think you're going to find out that almost everything you mentioned, most of it, we're going to be talking about today.
I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Also, recordings of our meetings published. So if you want to explore the history of the work that we've been doing, you can have access to that as well.
The most engagement I've had with the process is just watching and reviewing the meetings and board notes. So I have been seeing a one-dimensional view of what's actually been happening and the conversations taking place. But what I'm just seeing is going off of how I see the budgets and the line items being presented in the future.
Let me close, I think, by saying, one, I appreciate you coming and pointing this out to you. Please don't take my comments to say, I'm not glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. In fact, I'd like you to stay for the whole meeting if you can. Or at least, I don't know if we can pull any agenda items up faster, but I know there's one that's got I thought it was millions, but it's only thousands that were $320,000 or for this monitoring system that will tell us exactly what you're concerned about. So please stay.
All right, awesome. I
Anyone
appreciate
else
it.
have anything? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Do we have any else, one from the public that didn't sign up that we're more than happy to hear from? All right, with that, I think we have presentations. Gretchen, is that correct? Traffic Signal Control System and Congestion Management Plan for FY 26 to 29. Mr. Hooper's not here today, but I'll try to do my best Alan impersonation.
All right, good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Transportation Surtax Oversight Board. My name is Rasim Awad. I'm the Assistant Director of the county's Traffic Engineering Division. Glad to be here this morning. Good to see you again. I'm going to be highlighting a couple of items. One is the status and updates regarding the fiber installations and adaptive traffic control systems, where they stand, and also highlight a budget-related item and a grant application we recently submitted an application for. All right, this map here, it's a little congested, but it does show primarily if you look at the blue lines and the red lines, where we stand as far as completed fiber optic installations, as well as ones that are under construction. A couple of things to point out is that this map also shows in gray the fiber that has been installed prior to the Surtax funding and program, and also the dashed lines being ones that are administered by the Florida Department of Transportation. Onto the adaptive traffic control systems. This here shows a breakdown of the currently funded 15 roadway segments under this program that will be equipped with adaptive traffic control systems. The map on the right breaks them down by what is the lead agency. Lines in blue highlight the ones that are administered by the Florida Department of Transportation, District 4 office here. And the ones in orange are the ones that are going to be administered by the county. In total, again, there are 15 roadway segments, but each segment, some of these segments are broken down to multiple projects that are going to be administered by either agency. As to the status of ones that are currently under varying stages of the construction phase, that's a quick snapshot. We have 5 of them under active construction, with 3 nearing completion toward the end of this calendar year. And then 5 that have been awarded under contract or shown under contract that would start construction in the near future, and 1 under construction procurement. Now, ones that are under design, we have 4 of these, 2 that are further along in the process at 90% plans complete, and 2 that are under design procurement. Which leads us to this overall map that shows a breakdown by year of anticipated project completion years. This was meant to have some animation just by year. Yeah, it's okay. But the idea from 2024 through 2029, again, these are the funded projects. We're expected to complete all 15 roadway segments over the next 5 years. Ones past 2030 through 2033, these are planned, unfunded, some of which are the system has not been determined yet. It's left open because some of them have unique characteristics, like the downtown Fort Lauderdale area. It's more of a grid system, Young Circle area and the Hollywood area. So we're going to be assessing what's on the market as far as system goes that would work best for these.
I have a question about this chart, and does anyone else? I guess I shouldn't use the word appalled, but I am, that we're talking about this system not being in place until 2033. We started 4 years ago. And I don't know what's taking so long. I'm assuming we're putting these fiber optics in to do this. And I don't know my opinion is by the time we finish, everything we're doing may be outdated. I mean, technology changes. So what can we do, if anything, to speed this up, literally cut it in half? I don't know whether we don't have enough people. I don't know whether we don't have enough money. I just can't believe we're sitting here today talking about adaptive traffic control systems, and we're not gonna have it in place till 2033 if we're lucky. So could you respond to that, please?
Sure, sure. Yeah, I think there are multiple factors here. When the program started, the first few years were significant assessments of what is the best system for our county, given our current systems. What are the best sensors to put out there? I think there were 2 phases of these assessments. I think about 15 or so systems on the market available systems were evaluated. And then we started getting into which of these are on state corridors, and in coordinating with the state, they had planned construction projects. So we had to embed these with the state projects because we could not do any construction given that there's planned construction along these roadway segments. Also, there was some effort on the county, the ones that are administered by the county, to get through the procurement as far as sole sourcing goes for the system chosen. So that took some time. However, we do see the next 5 years as far as the funded segments with progress, with promising progress, I would say. Now, as far as the systems being dated, I think these systems have been in place since the late 70s, early 80s. They've progressed to a degree, but they rely on 3 primary elements. It's those extra detection and sensors out there in the field, solid communication, and the optimization engines and algorithms that are constantly optimizing. These may sit in the field or be centralized. Our system is going to be centralized. We see any technological advancements being in the area of additional inputs that may supplement what these field sensors, such as connected vehicle data and probe data, as where the algorithms and optimization engines can be scaled up. These systems are capable of being scaled up to match up with the advancements.
So my request then is I would like you to come back to this board and tell us, study what you've done, how you can make it quicker and shorten this if you can, but at least look at trying to do it in half the time you have up there. And tell us what the problem, is it money? Is it you don't have enough contractors? There's got to be something. Or is it just the governmental process of having to deal with the feds, the states and local? I don't know, but I'd like at least give you come back to us and say, we can or can't do it. Phil, do you have anything?
Mr. Chairman, you touch on a point there, and I think your last comment was perhaps most insightful. This is a governmental agency, and as a governmental agency, we have a tendency as an organization permeates through all kinds of governmental involvement projects. We're afraid of making a mistake. So we study things to death to try to prevent something going wrong or something breaking. You know, Elon Musk and SpaceX have taken a different approach on certain things, break it and fix it. And maybe that's a philosophy that we as an organization could encourage the government to get off your butt and put things in place. We know some are going to fail, but a politician doesn't like anything to fail. We're fortunate that we're not politicians here. We can give them advice. They don't have to listen to it. But that all of the projects, whether it's electric buses, that the manufacturer goes out or goes through bankruptcy, or whether it's a fiber optic system that now we're talking about doing a wireless connections as an alternative. You know, I was involved with procurement and the organization in the early days of fiber optics. And, you know, the technology even for fiber optics have been improved since then, and computers are going to change a lot of things in the future. But you need to be encouraged, staff need to be encouraged to come forth with things that we know or are likely to break, but then the next time we get it right, or the next time after that we get it right. And pretty soon we've got a space capsule going into space. So that just a different perspective relative to why things take so long in the government.
And Thea?
Well, a couple of things. I mean, on some level, I do appreciate you taking time because we need to be good stewards of our tax dollars. And it seemed to me your graph is suggesting that it's not that you're completing everything by 2033. There are phases to it. Is that correct? That you are going to finish some aspects of it in 2024, in 2025, and so on and so on.
Correct,
forth.
correct,
Right,
yeah.
so it's not that the entire project won't be done, it's that, you know, there are phases to it, and then we'll get to a point of completion. The one thing that I'm a little curious about, though, is how are you strategizing for the water table?
The what
going-
table, I'm
The
sorry.
water table. You know, how they talk about, you know, flooding happening, more flooding occurring in the South Florida region. Have you factored for that?
Not under this program, but I know our innovation section is partnering with FAU on some sensors that would detect and actually would likely mount on some of these intersection overhead structures in key areas to start sensing flooding and try to come up with long-term plans.
Okay.
But this is not part of this effort.
It's not, because isn't most of the work being done underground? The way you're lining it up?
This one
I'm
here.
not sure what the technical term is, but.
Yeah. This stuff here is actually overhead. It's overhead
all
sensors.
overhead.
That's a combination of radar and video
Right, but the
detection.
way the wiring is done, isn't it the fiber
The
optic?
fiber optic, that is correct.
Isn't it
Yeah,
done
it is
underground?
underground. Yep.
Right, so I'm just concerned about flooding issues and how we, you know, make sure we have the right preventative measures in place.
It's a good point, but yeah, these systems are generally about 3 feet underground, and the what we call the junction boxes or pull boxes are the key points of maybe intrusion, water intrusion and damage. However, these are set up in a way with filtration systems that kind of address any standing water and protect the fiber. It is, we follow the state standards, and it's meant to protect against water as far as fiber goes. But the flooding and the drainage and all that, that's kind of the sensing that I was mentioning earlier.
And then last question,
Yeah.
how do we measure up when compared to other counties or other cities, other places in the country that's doing this kind of work in terms of the timeline?
I think by the time we're done, we'll be probably one of the leaders. There are agencies that have deployed these systems. We have one system that was deployed by the state on Pines Boulevard, adaptive traffic control system. That was kind of our first attempt at it. However, the volume of these systems that are going to cover approximately 300 intersections out of our 1470 or so, that's a large deployment. Most agencies nationwide, I think the number out of 300 plus traffic signals is less than 5% deployment under this system. So by the time we're done, I think we'll definitely be have the highest deployments of these systems. One of the highest deployments.
Thank you.
Sure.
And Thea, you bring up an interesting point, and that is maybe what that graphic should show us is what areas are done. In other words, I assume the whole thing doesn't have to be done to work. You can have, so we've been in this a few years now. Maybe we should see a graphic. This area is done, this area is done, this area is done, and this area is going to be done. Because right now, I mean, are there any areas that are done?
Yeah,
And
that
what-
was actually the intent of this, to have some animation to give you a little better illustration. But in 2024, 3 corridors by the end of this calendar year would be active and done. Then you get to 2025, 2 more. 26 will be a
Well,
busy
then
year, I
maybe the
think.
thing is bring us back a better graphic that shows what's done and schedule for when the others are going to be done. So we can at least tell someone that lives somewhere.
Sure. Yeah, I think had the animation work, it would have helped you all a lot, but
Thank you.
we'd be happy to.
Yeah, I Thank you for the comment. Perhaps I can just add a couple of things. And one of the key things I think Rossman just mentioned is that we need to do a better job in terms of explaining this situation to everyone. And I think just a couple of points that I want to make is that, when we went into the program, one of the first things, couple of things that we wanted to do was to emphasize the fiber optic cables and then also the adapter systems. What you're seeing here is that with the last project that we have on the list being done in 2023, we essentially are going to be completing what we anticipated doing in terms of the surtax within the first half of the entire 30-year program. And the thing about it is that you just, Mr. Chair, just mentioned a really good point. Some of our projects, the ones that Mr. Awad mentioned, that are 85% complete, construction is 85% complete. The benefits of that you're going to start seeing in the next couple of months. And then what we're going to be able to do is going to be show that, some of these projects are finished first. We can see what's happening, and then we can make adjustments as we go. So it's not that we certainly don't want to give the false impression that everything is not going to be done until 2033 when the whole thing doesn't need to work together as a group. These are individual segments that are going to help. And I think one other thing I want to mention too is that the adaptive traffic signal system is an innovative system, and the technology is still continuing to evolve. And as we go, we want to make sure that we incorporate the latest hardware and then software improvements that the industry sees as we go into this. So I don't believe that we're going to get into a situation where we're using outdated technology, because I think that's part of the game plan is that when we broke these up into different phases, we wanted to take a look at what are the areas that could receive the most benefit. Let's do that first. Let's do the next, priority second. So we kind of phase it that way. But one advantage of phasing, especially in the environment of emerging technologies, is that you get to take advantage of what you learn, as we go. So I think there are multiple advantages along the way that we'll kind of anticipate, and some of them are not going to be done until, a later point. But we have emphasized trying to get those elements done as early within the overall Surtax program as we could.
Thanks, Tony. So what you're saying, it's really better than that graph. Show it. Let's see the
We
next graph.
believe
Thank
so.
you.
We
All
think that, it's especially like, some of the projects that we're working with FDOT on university and also on Broward and so forth. We're going to start seeing some of those things, shortly. And we, of course, all of us would wish that was sooner, but I think we will, see the benefits shortly.
Look forward to seeing it. Thank you.
And some of those will fail,
Yes?
and some of them will be the wrong selection. But people are allowed to make mistakes if you're moving forward at the same time.
And just to expand on Tony's point, again, that the system of choice is very scalable and can be upgraded with more inputs as these technologies advance. This slide here is just a quick illustration as to what may have transpired, just to give you some additional understanding of, if you look on the far left, that was kind of the initial anticipated plan. For example, this is Broward Boulevard. Construction was intended to be started in 2021. However, in coordination with the state, that ended up having to go through a local funding agreement, get embedded in a larger scale project that the state is administering, which led to construction starting last year in 2023 with a projected completion at the end of this year. So just a quick illustration that may hopefully help. With that said, we were concluding this section. If there are any additional questions, we'd be happy to answer.
We probably covered that already. Thank you.
All right, a couple of other updates. As far as a fiscal year 2025 budget request, I wanted to kind of explain what this is. This is included in the 2025 recommended budget. It's approximately $320,000. That is meant to expand and extend the current near-miss pilot program we have that was presented before this board a few months ago with partnership with the University of Florida. When that concludes toward the end of this year, the idea is to use the knowledge base that we gather from it, the experimentation that we gather from it, and purchase two units that are meant to be rotated between, we anticipate we can cover 10 to 12 intersections in 1 year. And buy these units, do the assessments and move from one intersection to the other, as compared to the current program that basically leveraged current units that are fixed at 6 intersections.
This will address some of the issues that we heard at the start of the meeting.
That is correct.
And
That
we're
is-
working with who on this?
This will be administered by the traffic engineering.
No,
division.
but aren't we're involved with
The-
the
the
university
on-
on
the-
this?
I'm sorry, the ongoing pilot program is in partnership with the University of
Okay,
Florida.
so our 320,000 is all the money or part of the money, or there's other in kind? In other words, we're
This is an
being
added,
supplemented.
it's an added request to supplement the effort, not necessarily through the University of Florida, we'll find out, but it's more like along the lines of purchasing equipment and partnering with vendors that do this type of work to do a more rotational type
Okay,
assessment.
thank you.
And again, things
This
that.
supplemental, this is supplemental funding. How much has already been committed to that?
The current pilot program is, I think it was 400,000.
How much?
$400,000, the ongoing pilot, again, to be completed by the end of this year. Back to the ongoing pilot, these are some of the type of improvements we hope these near miss insights would inform us as far as basically low cost improvements that will hopefully minimize these conflicts or near misses that are observed and detected. In this case, it's basically a southbound right turn movement that conflicts with the through movement, conflicting through movement, because they're not basically yielding the right of way. If we give it its own traffic signal head and indication along with a sign, we hope this can be minimized. And again, we would measure that as we make these improvements.
And I think there were some questions during briefing, so I just wanted to make sure that the whole board benefited from the information that I provided to some of you. The ongoing pilot project is also acting as match to the Safe Streets and Roads for All collaborative grant effort that we are undertaking with the Broward MPO.
All right, we also wanted to share a grant application we had submitted last month. It's under the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Grants Program. This specific program is referred to as SMART, for Strengthening Mobility and Revolutionizing Transportation, which hits areas of innovation, technology to help improve safety and operations. The grant program is broken to 2 stages. Stage 1 is typically referred to as prototyping and planning. Stage 2 would be implementation with a much higher dollar amount, which would be a scaled up portion, expansion of the project. It does not require any local matching funds, always a good thing. And this particular project, we are targeting a wireless mesh/network that is more of a point-to-point to eliminate the reoccurring charges that we currently incur with cellular communication, provide redundancy because it will also hook up to our fiber system existing and planned that will support our safety and operational initiatives. If successful, the goal would be to expand it further under a stage 2 of the grant.
So under bullet point 3, we may be able to shorten the time frame for our signalization system, correct?
Yes, well, I would, just to take this back, we are communicating to every single traffic signal in the county right now. So that does not hinder the current progress as far as these adaptive systems. This will basically allow for a better bandwidth and enhanced network that provides redundancy. We run into a lot of fiber cuts through construction and so forth. This will help in that arena and supplement these installations as well. Yeah. And with that said, if there are any other questions, I'll be happy to address them. All right, thank you all.
Gretchen, then are we ready for Matt Broward FY 25-29 5-year public outreach plan?
Yes, we are. Tashana Wilson, who is the marketing manager for the Mobility Advancement Programs Administration, is going to be talking you through some of the things that we'd like to do in the near term and the long term with respect to public outreach and engagement. Thanks, Tashana.
Thank you. Greetings, board members. Glad to be back in front of you again. Like I said, Tashana Wilson, your marketing manager, and I'm here to present to you our updated 5-year outreach plan. So move on to the next slide, please. Oh, do I have that? Oops, so sorry. So small. So just to give you an overarching summary of what I'm going to talk about today. So this is for, like we said, 25, 20 through 2029 fiscal years. You may recall at your request, 2020, there was a original 5-year outreach plan presented to you all. So we're just building upon that. And if you recall from my last presentation in October, that was just to close that chapter. And now I'm here to introduce you to the new one. So the whole basis of the plan is to continue to build upon our public outreach efforts and our relations to our voters, to our audiences. And for it to be effective, of course, it needs to be a mutually beneficial exchange of messaging and feedback. We give the messaging, they give us the feedback, and so on and so forth. So to that effect, the buzzword you're going to hear from me today is collaboration. You can feel free to take a sip of your water every time you hear me say it. A few pictures I want to highlight here, kind of encompassing what I'm talking about today. We had an awesome innovation day with the Broward County Innovation Unit. We've been doing some really cool collaborations with them. And sip, yes. So we have the drone you see pictured there, our AR, VR technology that some of you guys got to experience last Friday, and some images from our collaborative events with our partners. So you see a ribbon cutting with a municipal project that was completed in the city of Wilton Manors with the attendance of one of our commissioners, Commissioner Fisher. We have an event with the signage from the Port Bypass Road project. That was a groundbreaking in collaboration with Public Works, with City of Fort Lauderdale, with FDOT, with, of course, the port, with all the cool things happening down there at the County Convention Center. And we're going to talk a little bit about branding today, as you see pictured above the top left, some of our paratransit vehicles with our partners at BCT. So moving right along. I want to start off with our wins. So just taking my notes here so I don't ramble too much. We did speak to you last week on our awards. So receiving those 3 National Association of County Awards, it was really good and affirming for the outreach efforts that we've been putting out. The grassroots efforts is what we're really leading with at the forefront, because we've realized that the response is, the input is what the public is always looking for, as you see today, being heard and showing up and giving that education in real time. So we plan to continue to build upon that. As you see, we're getting creative with it. We partnered again with our innovation unit red team. Congrats to you guys. We're so glad we got to collaborate with you all on that 3D animated video, which Chair Coleman, I heard you. I got the video ready for you at the close of my presentation so you could cue it up again. But it got Best of Category Award amongst our peers with the National Association of County Information Officers. And with our AR/VR technology, we're developing that as an educational tool, which I'll speak on in a little bit. We got to acquire our first department drone, which we've already taken out, and I got some cool footage I'm going to show you shortly. And our event sponsorships, we're going to continue to go on. Thank you to Chair and Vice Chair for attending OESBD's Lights Out event, the Broward and Beyond Business Conference. We're so excited to always partner in events like that to give us wide span opportunities to speak to those targeted demographics that we want to address. Obviously, with our 30% for 30 years initiative, speaking to the small business community. And just last but not least, our digital marketing efforts. I always like to share that with you on that front, since it is 2024, we've got to have the online presence. We're increasing our followers across the board year over year. So here are the key points for this round of our 5-year outreach plan. So to increase our program visuals in collaboration with our local and regional partners, we want to heighten, of course, the focus and really narrow in on other target demographics that we've been itching to get to, and we could do more targeted efforts for, and also reactivating our cross functions with our internal as well as our external partners. And I'll talk a little bit more on that. So this is just some cool video of our drone, with the hiring of our public information specialist, who I got to introduce to you in our May meeting, Katia Bordy, who's a certified drone pilot. We've been able to take that drone out we acquired and go to projects. This one is in the Broward Municipal Services District in the Washington Park area. Some footage of one of the projects that is underway. As you see, the cones are out there, and we got to connect with Public Works to safely accomplish that. And we plan to have a calendar going out of doing this for all of our project sites. And it's in efforts to create a robust library of visuals for our public project dashboard so that users, viewers, voters of all ages can access it and see the progress of our projects over time, of any and every project, of course, starting with the ones that are completed already. And this is one of many that we'll be using for also our presentations, which we've done several hundreds all the time. Gretchen's in high demand. We team up and we do our presentations all across the Tri-County area and beyond, sometimes, to educate folks on what the Surtax is doing. And we're going to continue to do that across our other channels that you see listed and bulleted there, like our e-newsletter, our website, and so on and so forth. So moving right along. So to our target demographics, this is the fun part and exciting part for me, especially because as a lover of children, I'm glad that we're getting to speak to the school-aged ones on a more level that's their language. So we recently completed our Matt Broward activity book for ages 8 and up. And sure, show it around. And we got the chance to share that in real time this past weekend. I have a video of that for you guys in a second. Created that activity book to educate children about the different modes of transportation that they see every day in their commutes to and from school, their activities, and so on and so forth, and just giving them an easy, fun way to learn about Surtax projects. For the middle school and high school age students, we are thinking our AR/VR technology is a great way to speak their language, since that is the age range that is into the gamification of things and using all the apps and such. So bringing those technology equipment to the schools and fun assemblies and workshops. Our friends over at BCT already do a cool job of doing that and making transportation into these crafts that the kids can be familiar with and engage with it on a level that they understand. And we can't forget about our 65 and up community. As you see pictured over to the bottom right there, we were invited by the airport to one of their events earlier this year, and we got to engage with several members from that community. And we want to continue engaging with them in events, going to the care facilities, and providing information on how they can age in place and have that independence and autonomy by using transportation services. So this is just a video. This past Saturday, we got to go to the city of Sunrise, their back to school splash, which we learned is a growing in popularity over the years. They had media crews out there, thousands of people, bikes and giveaways. So I'll just play that really quick and I'll chat a little bit over it. So we got to bring out our high-vis vests and the construction hats. We got to have our promotional giveaways, our iPads out there for the augmented reality experience for using transit, just multiple modes that we got to really add touch points to connect people to Matt Broward in ways that they can bring home. So we were really excited about that and hope to engage in more events like this. So moving right along to our program branding. So You'll see a lot of pictures here on our signage. So I affectionately refer to them as our miniature billboards because they do speak the language of our program in a way that people see all the time. You guys look at the traffic signs, the adopt the road signs, and it tells the story of what's going on at that particular area. And so we are hyper focused on telling the story of what's happening with the surtax dollars in real time. Because we got 23, 24 more years of this. So we want to continue opening the doorway of communication in a very tangible way. So those are just some images. It's going to look different depending on the project, whether it's a median landscaping or it's an intersection improvement or roadway improvement. We're catering it to best communicate it in the way that not only matches what our goal of communicating our message is, but also on a county level with Public Works, on a municipal level with our municipalities, speaking to them in their aesthetic sometimes, in their way that they like to communicate to their residents. You see all those different forms and mediums of signage that we're utilizing to memorialize our projects, at least for the useful life of investment. So we're working closely with our partners to continue doing that and improving our branding guidelines, making sure that they're as flexible as possible. Also in collaboration with our partners internally over at BCT and Public Works, just being context sensitive overall. And last but not least, I just wanted to tell you all that you can pull your calendars out. I have some events that I would love for you all to attend or just support, engage your communities and your circles of influence about. The League of Cities has an event next month happening here. We have our 2024 Municipal Marketing Day, which is my personal favorite. This is our second one. I get to speak with the municipalities, our municipal partners, their PIO staffs, and those in charge of communicating to their residents, because we know their residents have the first line of trust with them, and we want to leverage those partnerships to communicate and have that open forum discussion so we can know how we could best do that and let them know about projects happening in their area. BMSD, there's a wellness event October 19th. And another one I really want to call out is our plan to pursue opportunities of creating interactive spaces. So like I told you with the AR and VR technology we've had previous conversations with the Museum of Discovery and Science and thinking of ways to create an interactive space that people can learn about the surtax there in a fun learning facility or over at Junior Achievement in the same way, creating those physical spaces to kind of have a wide net form of engagement. And we would love to do the Innovation Day again with RED and the Innovation Unit, as well as sponsor large scale events like OESPD's BBB conference. So for your requests, I'm just. Yes.
Talking about the continuing opportunities.
Mhm.
What in your view is why those two particular activities, Junior Team and the Discovery Museum, seem to be logical hits.
Mhm.
What's preventing them from just going forward on them now?
Well, did you want to speak on that? Gotcha. Sure, go ahead.
So some of it is space, some of it is money, some of it is resources. Well,
We've got money to throw at it.
so arguably we have money to throw at it, but there are also resources, Phil, that are very important. You want to make sure that you have people on site, especially if you are engaging small children, families, which is obviously the target demographic of those two spaces. So needing, we only have two people. So needing to have at least two people, not possibly more, on site for long periods of time is just something from a resource perspective that we have to balance. And both of those facilities, when we've spoken to them, have indicated they'd like permanent installations. That requires a permanent level of resource, and constantly being able to go in and clean the products and secure them and make sure that they're being utilized properly it's time and level of effort intensive. So that's really what we're evaluating right now, how we could do it maybe once a week. If we could share a facility with another partner that's going to be there. So that's really what is the challenge. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So here's the Best in Category award-winning 3D animation with our partners at the Innovation Unit. Yay.
The Mobility Advancement Program, brought to you by the Penny for Transportation, is a 30-year program of projects intended to transform the mobility landscape throughout Broward County. One of the program's major goals is to manage traffic congestion using innovative solutions. Adaptive traffic signal control and traffic management strategies offer safer, more responsive systems. Active traffic management occurs at the Traffic Management Center, where county and state engineers work side by side, monitoring our roadways. Installing fiber optic cables where none existed helps to create the backbone for many innovative signal strategies. Traffic control cabinets across the county are being upgraded with the latest technology. The fiber optic cables typically run under or beside a roadway and use thin glass fibers and light to transmit large amounts of transportation data at extremely high speeds. The transfer occurs so fast it's almost instantaneous, improving system performance and reliability. Fiber allows for better communications with signalized traffic intersections to promote a safer, more efficient experience for all users. Using specialized cameras, larger portions of intersections can be analyzed by adaptive algorithms. For those who drive, connected vehicle technology can display the amount of time to the next red or green signal, helping you manage your commute. So, how else are vehicles being managed? At the Traffic Management Center, video live feeds from all across the county provide information to ensure appropriate incident response. The TMC also contains innovative technology that allows buses to get priority. Lights stay green longer or red lights get shorter to help our transit system stay on schedule. Innovative technologies detect objects around intersections, allowing for a safer experience for everyone, no matter how you move around. So now you know about some of the investments Broward County is making that you can't necessarily see, whether under the ground or in traffic signals, to help make your community safer, more connected, resilient, and hopefully less congested. To learn more, visit mapbroward.broward.org and stay connected with us on social media. Look for Map Broward projects near you. When you see the traffic signal logo, the Go light, you know that your tax dollars are at work. But now you know that even when you might not be able to see it, Broward County is hard at work investing in the future of mobility.
Yeah, that's the Best in Category video. Thank you again. I hope we did you guys proud, Mr. Awad. We just wanted to better communicate at your request the fiber optic signal projects that we have going on. So this is our creative way of doing so. So I'm going to open up the floor now for questions. And I just also want to solicit your input, take this opportunity for you all, if you have anything you want to communicate to us on what you want to see in regards to telling the story of what the Surtax is funding. So I'll leave it there.
Any questions? I have a comment. First of all, I think it's excellent what we're doing. I think we can do more.
Of course.
I love the branding signs. And I don't know if I'm going to hear today anything about we're going to be branding our buses with our stuff rather than others. It's been a pet peeve of this board, I think, for a while. My question or comment we seem to be addressing like the universe, which is fine. Different groups here, they're individuals and stuff. I have a question whether we should be doing anything, or maybe we are and I just don't know it, more direct with the cities, whether it's city commissions, special trying to bring the cities, especially the commissioners, up to speed as to what's really going on out there, so-called communication. So I don't know if we're doing anything, but I'd like to hear about that.
It's a very fair point. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to start and then please feel free to jump in on the marketing day. So at the elected official level, we agree that there is sometimes a disconnect. And one of the ways that I'm trying to address that is through this League of Cities Surtax engagement event that's scheduled for the 20th. So in speaking with the executive director of the Broward League of Cities, she wholeheartedly agreed that this is an area that her membership is extremely interested in and doesn't necessarily receive consistent information about. I do go out at the request of municipalities and make presentations frequently. I do go to the MPO at least once a year, usually more, and make presentations. But having everyone in the room, having elected officials here in the room, able to communicate, ask questions, talk to each other. We are still working on the agenda, but we anticipate that we're going to be soliciting their feedback as well, almost through a focus group type process, and also teaching every one of the folks that attend that day how to use our public dashboard, where they can find specific information about the surtax investments in their municipalities. Because that's a tool that they can use when they're out doing constituent work. It's a value add to them. But there's also a lot of work that we're doing at the municipal staff level as part of the surtax grants that is part of that marketing day that Deshauna was just mentioning.
Yeah, I can speak to the last one we did when I first joined the team. We got to collaborate as in that time, in that first leg of our first 5-year outreach plan, it was all about raising the awareness of the surtax that is now developed into this 30-year program. And here's the equipment, the tools. We had USBs filled with our logos, with municipal project imagery and collaborative logos. We also had members from app services that the municipalities use, like Nextdoor, so that they can ask the questions and have an exchange of feedback for how to better speak to their residents, not only on our projects, but also just speaking to them as a whole. So we're all about sitting with them, and we were at the traffic management center. So we got to show them in real time on the display screens that you saw in the video, what the visuals are going out for those projects in their cities, and exchanging information so that we can continuously update them. We use our resources. We make sure that they're all on our contact list. I email them directly whenever we have a new resource out. When we first launched out our public dashboard, I'm distributing it to them as they are the ones who have that access point to their elected officials. And we always invite, the door is always open to invite them to come and engage with us if they need a one-on-one meeting. Our municipal contract administrators go out to the city hall meetings. I've come with them as well to just answer questions specific to certain projects or certain things going on with the program as a whole. So we make ourselves readily available for them.
I think one of the other pieces of that initial day that was so valuable and that I got so much positive feedback about that we would like to do more frequently is we're pretty passionate about grassroots engagement and the effectiveness thereof. And we brought in a panel of individuals that specialize in multicultural communication. And, we also try to target the municipalities that have a lot of different languages that are spoken and hard to reach communities, and help them strategize about how to do effective grassroots communication about the surtax program. We translate all of our materials into the 4 most commonly spoken language and read languages so that it's helpful for those cities to be able to reach their residents in a way that's meaningful to them.
Well, thank you, and thank you for all you're doing. I'm glad I asked the question and gave you the opportunity to let us all know what's going on out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great job.
I believe we're ready for the regular agenda.
That is
Uh,
correct, Mr. Chair.
Pardon? I would like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of May 10th Oversight Board meeting.
So moved.
Second? All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Number two, motion to approve as statutorily eligible the proposed projects and expenditures in various categories for FY 2025. We're gonna have 4 areas we need to have motions on, right? And we need to turn it to the attorney first.
Again, all of these items that are in two A through D can be taken on a single motion to approve them. Again, the board is reviewing, is making a determination as to statutory eligibility. All the projects have been reviewed by the Office of County Attorney, all fit within the categories that are provided for under Chapter 212. So our opinion is that all of the projects are statutorily eligible for surtax funding.
So we're to just make a motion to approve that, correct?
You can make a motion to approve as statutorily eligible, all of the projects as identified in sub-items A through D.
And that's the one on the screen, correct? Is that for A, B, C, and D, or A?
I would defer to.
It's for A, B, C, and D, but we provided the specific categories that show up in the county's recommended budget book, just for complete clarity and transparency for those people who might then look at the county's budget book to see what exactly is in A, B, C, and D. We just put it here for you.
Right.
In addition, at the request of Oversight Board member Erdal Don Mez, you do have additional material in your binders that shows a comparison between this year's recommended budget and last year's recommended budget in very similar categories. Although you will see that there are 2 categories that are not listed this year, and those are related to the Broward County Aviation Department's requests for the automated people mover and the intermodal center.
Do we, and Thea, you have your light on.
Oh, so-
Do we have any other comments or questions before we call the question?
Why is aviation on here?
The request was to show a comparison between what was the FY 2025 categories and total versus the categories this year and total. And that's what we provided.
Or
That
do
answer
you
your
have any
question, sir?
Comments, because
Is
You
that
brought
because
this
the
up.
projects aren't moving as quickly as you thought?
No, it's because they didn't request any additional funding in the fiscal year 2025 budget from the Surtax.
To provide additional information on, line item expenditures recommended for this year. And I ask staff to provide same line items for the existing years to show, the change. Usually it's a much higher, numbers. And in this case, it's almost half of, what it was last year. And I think it helps public to compare and see where we're allocating monies and where we are with the program. And I want to thank you for, doing that.
Absolutely. And for the members of the public that don't have access to that right now, it will be posted as additional material to the website later today.
I have a question. Since the number is, like you said, half of what it was the previous year, this says eligible. Were there a lot of projects that were deemed ineligible? And if so, how many dollars were they? Oh, so that's good news in 2 ways. One, it's we're slowing down what we're spending, I guess, right?
We'll defer to the people that are actually spending it to talk about that particular issue. But in terms of the projects that were requested to be reviewed for statutory eligibility, there were very few this year, extraordinarily few on the municipal side and very, very few
That
on
didn't
the
make it.
county side that were not at least partially, if not completely statutorily eligible. Oh, sorry. It's always a good thing, actually.
All right, if there's no other comments,
Nobody
I
can scare
guess
the lawyers.
we need a motion to approve.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded.
All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
And I apologize, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if, did you want to capture Alejandro Munoz's votes on those last two items?
Yes, that would be fine.
Yes, okay. If Alejandro can speak, I know he is participating on Zoom. Alejandro, are you able to unmute yourself and let us know what your votes would have been on action items 1 and 2, please? And if you're not able to speak, you can just let us know in the chat and we'll make sure that it gets recorded.
Yeah, let us know for the record, because I guess it doesn't have to be unanimous, does it? All right.
No.
Moving on, presentation of the 5-year plans 2026 to 2029. Gretchen, I assume we're going to go through A, B, and C independently? Meaning Broward County Transportation Department first,
Yes,
Public Works second, Municipal third. Thank you.
correct.
Broward County Transportation. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Really glad to be here today. And joining me at the table are Paul Strobus, who manages our contract operations and paratransit, as well as Tim Garland, who's the deputy general manager for our transit department. And today, I'm really excited to bring to you our 5-year look ahead. We presented previously the our accomplishments from last year, and we looked at 2025. But this truly is about the future. Where are we going as an organization, and what we're going to deliver in the next 5 years, and the resources that we need to do so. I will have to say that as I was listening to the public information presentation, I was very encouraged by the fact that we are reaching out to the markets that we've targeted so far, because they are our future, right? That's who's going to be riding us in the next 15, 20, 30 years. So it's good to get in front of that early on so that we can get that natural rider base ready to go. And I also personally took lots of sips of my coffee as we talked about all the collaboration that we're doing. Okay, so today we are going to share with you a couple of things today that we're going to go through. So first of all, we are going to give you a quick overview of our 5-year proposal, our Primo 5-year plan. We're going to talk a little bit about our vehicles and equipment, transit infrastructure, the community shuttle program, and then talk about some of the planning activities, as well as the performance management strategies that we have planned ahead, as well as an open discussion. So the first area to talk about is our the highlights of our 5-year program. So what we're talking about here are our light rail, so the Primo projects first. And I did cover some of this at our last meeting, so it's going to feel a little repetitive. But sometimes even though we may cover something, there may be something new that you hear in the presentation that is salient enough to kind of resonate. And then we also have folks that weren't here during that first meeting that may be interested in hearing more. So the Primo projects that we're going to cover today run from our light rail projects down to our bus rapid transit. And then as we move forward, we're also going to talk about our paratransit vehicles. As you can see from the slide, we're looking at adding 304 new paratransit vehicles to our fleet, adding 225 new bus shelters, looking at 94 new low emission vehicles, and a propulsion infrastructure and equipment, an intermodal transfer center, and our TDP and comprehensive operational plan. Starting off with our our 5-year Surtax capital program, just want to kind of give you the high-level overview of all of the things I just talked about. So transit ways, which includes our LRT, light rail transit, bus rapid transit, transit in general, which is our fixed route bus service, transit infrastructure, and commuter rail. We're looking at a capital investment over the next 5 years of roughly $2.09 million. Overall, we're looking at the first 5-year capital surtax being about 1.1 billion. So there was a typo here, and then none of that made sense to me, so I apologize. It should be billion. That's why I was hesitant a little bit. So we'll fix that and get that updated appropriately. But at any rate, that is look ahead. So now, not only are we talking about a commitment of $1.1 billion from our Surtax fund, but we're also having non-local total funds coming in at $985 million to support that.
Where's that 981 coming from?
That is coming from a combination, and I'm going to have Tim help me out also with this, of anticipated grant funds from the Florida Department of Transportation, the Federal Transit Administration, and is there anyone that I missed in there?
Nope.
Nope, okay.
Now, are those funds coming in because we have the matching on the other side?
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you who voted for the penny tax.
Not formula money.
And we do have a little bit of formula money in there as well. But for the discretionary funds in particular, we are at a higher likelihood of success in supporting matching funds when we have the local funds associated with it, dedicated through the Surtax.
That's almost doubling our money.
It's very essential that we have the Surtax money. And as we look ahead through the next 15 years of all of the transit projects that we'd like to deliver, you know that we've already talked about a 25, 25, 50% match, right? 25 coming locally from us, 25 coming from the state, and 50% coming from the federal government. It is a known fact that communities that come forward with a stronger local match for discretionary funding, they're more successful in their grant applications. Now, there's a lot of other factors that go into being successful with your grant applications outside of the funding formulas that you present in your economic plan. But the project has to make sense. It has to work. You have to be able to pay for it for a long period of time. They want to see that you're not opening something that you can't afford to pay for once it's opened. They want to look at your staffing resources to make sure that you not only can deliver on the project, that you can also deliver on the operations. So there's a lot of factors that go into that. You have to get your environmental clearance. But again, I would like to reiterate that we're so grateful for the Surtax funding, this board, and everybody else that has supported us being able to do what we're doing. We would not be as successful. And I just want to go on the record also saying that, we talked about the last time that we were together, we got a $25 million discretionary grant from the FTA. This is the largest discretionary grant that we've had in the history of our organization. There were 400 applicants across the country that applied for that grant funding. We were one of about 117 agencies that were successful in that application. Again, our local match matters. So thank you for that question. Okay, so the next area that we'll cover is the transit ways. And overall, from a surtax perspective, we're looking for about $617 million for our light rail and bus rapid transit projects. The local, non-local match is 981 million, just under $1 billion, for a total investment of 1.5 billion. As a reminder, the first phase, which is the pink in the graphic in front of you, represents our light rail project. The initial project is 3.5 miles. It connects the airport, seaport, convention center. Earlier, there was a question about resiliency. And I just want to mention that one of the reasons that we're elevating our infrastructure for this particular project is for us to be mindful of resiliency here. And so that is going to, again, connect the major economic centers in our portfolio here in Broward County. We're really excited about it because we are on the street right now with an RFP. So we're in production for our project development and environmental work that has to be done in advance of any federal funding that we can be eligible for. This project puts us in what's called the capital investment grant is the category that we're likely to pursue for this, the funding of this project from the federal government. It is likely going to be a new start application. What that means is we can get up to about a 90% allocation from the federal government if, as part of our grant application. Now, we can, but probably not the best grant strategy at the end of the day if we want to be competitive with the rest of the country that's also going after these very important funds. Do you want to add anything to that?
Mr. Chairman, what's the timeline on completing the environmental study?
So we're looking at the RFP, the proposals being in this month, a project start date, NTP sometime, hopefully, in the fall of this year, early winter, and then 2 years, depending on the environmental level that we're required to pursue. If I repeat myself, I'm sorry, but there are 3 levels that we would be required to consider: a categorical exemption, or exclusion, an environmental assessment, or an environmental impact statement. They all have their own respective timelines in terms of how long it takes to get through those. Traditionally, the CE is the fastest to do. The EIS is is a lot more onerous and requires a lot more activity. And we don't know where we're going to fit yet. So we can be anywhere between an environmental assessment or EIS. We likely will not be a categorical exemption, a CE. The commuter rail project, which we just to tie this together, we went into that process assuming that we would be eligible for a categorical exemption because our colleagues in Miami did get that. We were required to do an environmental assessment based on some of the accident history on the corridor that data wasn't readily available, I guess, when the Miami team went after their designation. So I answered that question. I know I went around the bend a little bit on that one. So anywhere between a year or 2. And that just depends on where we fall with our environmental work of those 3 categories.
Does that mean that you're not pushing for an exemption?
We would not, we don't think we'll be eligible for an exemption at this point. The
right of way was already analyzed many years ago. It was the only reason that environmental approval was not granted at that point in time was that the feds changed the process and required that you have funding available in order to complete the study. Of course, at that point in time, there was no surtax and there was no money available. therefore that environmental, died on the blind for lack of money.
Right.
Now that you've got the money, it would seem to me you could go back to that original study, just update that original study and apply for an exemption.
So we will use the data from, we will look at past studies as part of the analysis of this process. We're using we're using the current environmental requirements that we're following. And I don't know where that'll lead us in terms of those three categories at this point in time. There's new information that we have to look at. There's new travel patterns, there's new noise issues. There could be other things that are very different in today's environment that we still have to account for. Interestingly, when the Brightline team did their environmental impact statement to be able to build out the Brightline project, they did their own environmental impact statement on that. And we still have to do an EA on our portion of the commuter rail project. So we're just being more current and responsive to today's environment, which is what the regulatory agencies want to make sure that you are up to date with that.
And the consulting contract is it open yet, or
It is, and so it is still open. We are currently under a cone of silence in terms of what we can talk about at this point. There's a lot of public information that is available on it. But it is open to people who are interested in applying for it. Firms, I would love to share also during the accomplishments last year, we kind of glossed over this, but we spent a lot of time doing a lot of outreach in the consulting community to raise awareness about this project. We started early this year, the end of last year, with industry days, tours, all kinds of ways to engage and encourage the consulting community to be prepared and ready for this this RFP. So I'm hopeful that we will have a variety of options in terms of responses to this particular solicitation.
so once that is closed off and the bids are in, not bids per se, but the proposals are in, then staff or the county will look at choosing the best of those firms.
Yes, sir.
And will then go forward to the board. That's what, a 6-month process?
Yeah. 6 months,
That's
4
too
months,
optimistic.
4 to 6. And that assumes that there's no challenges to the process in there.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I mean, in thinking about the scope of the project, you've mentioned categorical exclusion, EA, EIS. Can you give us any comfort that this is unlikely to be an EIS? Like, so how are the consultants scoping it? Like, what are the issues that could cause it to trip from an EA to an EIS? Because it seems like EA, territory.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, so you have to do the first phase of it. That's one of the first steps that's part of the process is to look at the past usage of the property that the asset is going to be located on. And sometimes when you do that, it triggers additional investigations, which could push you over the edge to an EIS. So that's part of that equation. I don't know, honestly, Debbie, if I could tell you sit here right now, it's an EA, I don't know. And I know that we will do our due diligence to meet the requirements. It's up to the FTA to then say you're an EA or your EIS. That's their call, and then we go after whatever requirements that they've established for us.
Question, could you explain the categorical assessment?
Yeah, so that one is a little easier. There's a series of questions that you answer. And once you answer those questions, and there's some due diligence that you have to do, you can submit a quick report of that and to the FTA. And if they agree that, this is appropriate for a categorical exclusion, you can basically get that. But it is an iterative process. So it's not like we sit here, we do our work and we don't communicate with the FTA. You're communicating throughout the process to make sure that you're tracking with what they anticipate what they are going to likely approve or not approve in terms of the designations.
So I have to tell you, one of the questions that is always concerning to me is, we're spending a lot of this money to do these assessments, but how are we engaging the broader community in terms of where this light rail will go?
Sure.
And,
I'm glad you asked that question. And this is one of the amazing outcomes of the NEPA process, the National Environmental Protection Act process. One of the reasons why we have to do this NEPA piece is because of the fact that some of the projects of yesteryear, they did not engage the community, and they did some property takings or I don't want to say property takings, eminent domain actions that were very harmful to certain communities, right? And then the people that were impacted weren't aware of the project. They were not aware of where the project was going. There were a lot of unfortunate things that happened. And in the equity space, it was particularly impactful. So there is a very robust public engagement expectation that you have to meet during your NEPA activities so that you can communicate with the public and make sure that everyone potential stakeholders are well aware of the project and what is happening. We've been doing that with the commuter rail project. We did it as part of the system-wide study that, we were outside of the NEPA process during that point. We did that as part of the as part of the system-wide study that produced the Primo plan. So we are going to be intentional about communicating with the public, not only because we have to per the NEPA requirements, because we want to as well.
my concern is how it impacts property value for places where you're planning to put this light rail. I'm really curious to know about that.
Okay. And I will tell you, this first leg is within county property. So it's going to go from the airport, seaport and convention center, and all of that is within county property limits, which puts us in a very favorable position when it comes to, actually being able to deliver this with minimal, well, I don't want to say minimal objections, but there could be some, but they're not as significant as if we were starting with a new alignment and we had to procure new property and that spectrum.
Okay. Just because I see the pink line going.
Oh, yeah. So
right over his
eventually
way.
goes, yes, it does. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yes, it does eventually go west and it goes to Sawgrass Mills Mall. For the 5-year program, I'm sorry. We're only talking about the first 3.5 miles.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, the next project is so this project is rather costly. And for this first phase of the project, from a Surtax perspective, we're looking at an investment of roughly $300 million. We're anticipating the overall project cost to be 1.3 billion. And I really want to stress that it's really important for us to be successful in the grant application on this one because it is such a significant investment. Okay, for the Oakland Park Boulevard. So this one we talked about previously. This project connects our Oakland Park. It travels, it's a bus rapid transit lane. It travels along Oakland Park Boulevard. It connects pretty much A1A-ish area all the way out to Sawgrass Mills Mall. And we're looking at stations being about a mile apart there. And where we can, we're hopeful to have exclusive traffic lanes. And we'll have stations, as I mentioned, that are about a mile apart with level boarding so that people can get on and off the bus rapid transit as quickly as possible. The investment in this first 5 years of that project, we're looking at 266 million. And this is one of the projects that's 100% funded by Surtax.
Corey, is there a bus route on Oakland Park?
There is.
So what's the difference?
Good question.
Going to be.
The difference is going to be, I love this question. Thank you. So what is different is that in a traditional bus route, you stop, you have local stops. So you're basically stopping almost at every corner wherever there's a bus sign. With bus rapid transit, you're going to be stopping every mile. And you're going to have a platform versus trying to get on a bus from a curb that affords level boarding so that it's faster to board than when you're getting on a.
So what happens to the local bus?
So the local bus, our plan right now is to keep both in place so that we don't leave anybody behind. You know, there are going to be people who want to do that full throughput, right? They just want to go from end to end and they don't want to stop in between. But there are also going to be people that are going to still want to, you know, do that local, what we call in the industry, local stops.
Thank you.
I have a question. I mean, as we're talking about all these projects, and I can't help but remember what our citizens' comment was earlier in terms of the measurable metrics. How are we tracking that as we're looking at many of these projects to make sure it's really making the impact expected to what the penny tax was intended to do?
So I'm gonna, if you could hold that thought for, I've got a slide to cover that.
Okay.
Some of that a little bit, and then Gretchen and I can talk a little bit about that too. Just hold that thought, please. Okay, so this is a 444 State Road 7 corridor. This also is a bus rapid transit line, very similar to what I just talked about. You know, those mile apart stations, level boarding. It will be supplemented with high frequency bus service. The little circle shows you where it is. You know, we show these pictures to illustrate some of the activity that happens along this line, some of the nightlife that's there, some of the workers that would likely be using it. And so we're pretty excited about this project. And we're looking for about a $14 million investment in planning and design. And so as you can see on this slide, this one is also, this initial phase is also 100% Surtax driven. The next one and last one for our BRT service is the Powerline Road. And the Powerline Road is a little shorter. It's not the 15 miles that you've seen with the other ones, but it's about 10.5 miles. We have about 10 branded stations. Where we can, we're still looking at those exclusive traffic lanes. And I keep saying this, at the end of the day, the conversion that we're going to have to make from people to get out of their cars and onto our system is going to be, admittedly, in this car culture community, going to be a challenge for us, right? And we understand that. But as we move forward with the project, it's important that the bus rapid transit have a way to have an advantage over the car, and the way to have that advantage is for it to be moving as cars are not. So that's one of the reasons why we're looking at the exclusive traffic lanes, as well as preemptive traffic signals that gives the bus the priority to move faster than the cars are moving. And the last, and so this is for this 5-year period, we're looking at about 8.2 surtax dollar investment, and this is also just surtax funded for this planning and design phase. The last project on here is one of the ones that has been a topic of conversation for some time. I'm to understand this has been studied for decades, but we are no longer studying, we are moving forward. So, having said that, we just completed the NEPA phase for this project, the analysis phase. We are now in the public comment period, and that's going to close, I believe, August 21st. And this is a time for the public to take a look at the project, take a look at our environmental analysis, give us feedback on it. After that, the FTA will take a look at the entire analysis and that public feedback. And it is our hope they will issue our finding of no significant impact. That is scheduled to occur late September, or October for that to occur. Once we get that, we are now eligible to apply for federal funding support on this project. And this is the one where we've been working very closely with Miami-Dade. They're building 5 stations to the south of us. This line will connect Fort Lauderdale to Miami-Dade. And we also are looking to the north to connect with Palm County and continue in our service north through the county. And there's a crossing in between. Yes, sir. This project, we're looking for in the next 5-year period, $4.5 million for that effort. The next one is vehicles and equipment. And just as a high level overview, we're looking at $218 million, 147 for fixed bus routes, 430 million for paratransit vehicles, and 23 or 28 million for our planning studies, for an overall total ask of 218 million. That's our budget recommendation. And so starting.
Question, can we go back one?
Sure.
I know, I look at this 28.4 million, which is 20% of cost. It's just to plan it. I mean, what do we, that's a lot of money. Who do we hire? I mean, what? 20% of, or less. I mean, that's a big percentage to plan something when it only costs Y. And I have a problem with that.
I understand. I have a little bit more detail on that as coming up.
Please.
Sure. Okay, so for the paratransit service, we're looking at that $39 million for the sorry. Okay, sorry. So for this is for the initial investment for the electric buses. And so, we had a conversation about that before at our last meeting. And that is right now, as we talked about, is an area of opportunity. We are aware of some reliability issues with electric buses right now. We are working on the electric buses that we have to address some of the concerns that we are realizing here. This is not unique to Broward. We've seen these issues with electric buses across the country. As we talked about before, the vendor that we have declared bankruptcy. They gave their they sold their bus building practice to another company. And we are struggling a little bit, not a little bit, quite a bit, with the responsiveness of the support that we have on the current acquisition. So we are evaluating what this looks like going forward, whether we pursue electric buses, whether we pursue hybrids, whether we pursue some kind of low emission vehicles. but we want to keep this in play because we still have to do our replacements for our project, for our buses, and we are very much working on a solution to address this, and we really don't want to go backwards and go all diesel. That would not be the greener answer to where we're trying to go as a county. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, could I have just a minute? Question. Okay. Was that a consortium bid or was that a Broward specific bid for the
we
electric buses manufacturer?
we were on a piggyback, a consortium. Yeah, it was a consortium bid.
So how many other jurisdictions bought off of that
I think
contract?
7, 8. We need to get back to you with that, but there were multiple ones. Yeah. Sir, do you have a question?
I think you've answered. We are concerned, that's all. And it
Great.
looks like you're concerned too, so let's see if we can not throw any more bad money after good money. Erdal, you have something?
If you were to consider, wholly or partial exploring hybrid, model, will that be more expensive, about the same $147 million or less? Do you have an idea?
I would be guessing, sir, at this point, if I said it's less expensive, more expensive. All of these, the hybrid seems to have better reliability. It's regenerative power, so it's not no emissions, although it's like electric and diesel, clean diesel. And what it does is the diesel kind of powers it, powers electric to use it when it's using the electric piece. And if it's not, then you can use the diesel piece. So it does offer a potential solution. But we just need some time to do a full evaluation of what our options are. And I would be guessing if I told you one brand is cheaper than the other. I don't know that answer just yet, sir. Nor do I know what the right answer for us is either. I want to be clear. We are going to be presenting some options to the county administrator, as we shared at the last meeting, to get her support and a plan, and then presenting that to the commission for final approval. So we will see where this goes going forward. Okay. Now we're moving on to our paratransit commitment, and I've talked about that already. And Paul, you want to lean in to talk a little bit about some of the conversion work that we're doing? And this is, again, going from, going to a low emission scenario.
This is interesting. You're converting 257 vehicles to propane, right?
Yes.
So will, in your discussions and thought about electric, will propane be in part of those thoughts?
Yeah,
Hmm.
absolutely.
Thank you.
So we'll be looking over the next 5 years to replace and purchase 304 paratransit vehicles. 204 of those will be state of good repair replacements to replace retiring vehicles. 96 of them will be for growth and service as our paratransit ridership continues to grow. We've been operating paratransit vehicles on propane fuel since 2015. One of the accomplishments that you heard last week was it is the lowest cost of ownership for any vehicle in an alternative fuel scenario. We've been able to save over $14 million in operating funds compared to running the vehicles in gasoline. And so we've committed to continue this project of converting to propane. EVs right now are not a solution for paratransit. They don't meet the duty cycle that we need for service. And the price is prohibitive. You need to buy 2 buses basically to replace a single propane vehicle. So This has been a successful project for us for the last 9 years, and we continue to watch the market, but right now this is our best solution.
That's good news. I really hope we take a good hard look at this. EVs may not be the answer. Today, we may be 20 years ahead of ourselves. I don't know, but we need to really look hard at that.
And you know, what we're seeing is the same adoption, the same impacts that happen in the car EV world initially. That's what we're experiencing right now. We're in that same trajectory of that process. So you're right. Okay, the next
Well,
slide.
I just a follow-up to Paul's report. When we look at the cost to make these changes, in the past, before the penny tax, where would we get the dollars? And are we still using some of the county funds to support this? Or is it all 100% penny tax dollars?
Since the passage of the penny tax, we've been using that as the funding source. In 2015, when we started rolling them out, we had federal 5307 dollars available to buy the vehicles, and they came converted. The upfit cost when we bought it as part of the vehicle purchase was higher. What we've done is split it, and we've gone out and contracted a conversion company directly to do it after we buy the bus. And we've had a significant savings in the per unit conversion cost for us, almost half reduction. And so we used local dollars that we had available up till the surtax, but we've been using surtax dollars since then.
Okay. And the reason why I asked, I remember one of our citizens came in and they were questioning that, is the county, just kind of leaning more on penny tax dollars for some of their maintenance of vehicles or roads, and just depending on the penny tax to cover these costs, when historically they would just use from their regular budget. So I want to make sure, there's a balance in terms of how we do that. So I'm happy to hear about the savings, but I want to make sure that we are not leaning solely on penny tax dollars for everything.
So, yeah, and we'll be going over in more detail the operating budget in just a bit, but just to that point, it was always the plan that we were layering all these various funds. So, we still have some money in our budget using our federal formula funds, which are continuing to increase over time to purchase buses and other infrastructure. So Surtax doesn't fund 100% of really of anything. We kind of balance that with various funding sources and then have the ability to match or leverage using the Surtax. So we'll talk a little bit more about the operating side in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so the next area, keep going backwards here, is our transit infrastructure. And here, this slide kind of tells a story. And I just want to speak to the slide. We are moving to the future. And part of the what you're going to see in this transit infrastructure budget recommendation includes our control center, integrated control center, using and leveraging technology to help us deliver better service, and also being able to change our fare collection point of sale activity as well. And so the first thing is the surtax request overall is about $207 million. That includes design for our infrastructure projects, bus stop improvements, bus shelters, local bus infrastructure, electric charging infrastructure. And I just ask you to keep an open mind about that, depending on we do believe that the electric industry is going to eventually right itself. And that at that time, we could lean more heavily into that. But we still have to be prepared for that eventuality. But at the same time, no matter what fuel option we choose, what vehicle option we choose, there's an infrastructure necessary to make that, us to be able to service it. There'll be facility improvements in here, future transit facilities, our Copens, control center. There was a question about that. I know that's a big number on the page. I just want to underscore the very important factor that we are moving to a multimodal service, light rail, commuter rail, bus rapid transit, and bus service. And we need to have the best technology to manage all of those disparate resources that we have and make sure they're fully integrated and the passenger is able to navigate our system, and we are putting our buses and our assets where they need to be to serve the public. And having an integrated control center helps us do that. And we have a control center now. It's only focused on buses. That's how we run our service every day. This is moving forward to a integrated system. And then the technology enhancements are related to our CAD AVL, fare collection, and some other things that modernize our system.
Does our GPS system work now? To locate bus locators?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. It's not fully operational.
It's, what would you say?
I mean, at some point in time, somebody can go to a bus shop or bus stop and find when the next bus is going to come. That Disney has been doing for 30 years, 40 years.
Yes, through our MyRide app, you can go in and you can find at each of our bus stops, you can find the next bus arrivals that are going to come to the system. You can also see a map of where all the buses are currently on the system.
And just as a reminder to that point, we are joining our colleagues in Miami-Dade and Broward, Palm Beach County and Miami-Dade and Tri-Rail to have an interoperability app that where all of our collective information will be. So we're excited to see that launch in the fall of this year. The next area that we're going to cover is our community shuttle, right? Is that transit operating, sorry. Okay, this is the one. Okay, this is the one that has I'm sure the most interest. So my understanding is that this was an ask from the Surtax to be able to see our spend over a 10-year time frame. And so this is what we're looking at for 2020 to 2029. And as Tim mentioned earlier, the top line is what we're asking for from Surtax. And then all of our other funding sources are below that line. And as you can see from there, we're looking at our fare box point of sale revenue. We have general fund transfer. We also have our gas tax funding. We do have a advertising on our buses and on our system that we have in terms of revenue. We have FDOT block grants. And then we had at one point a lot of COVID funding. And because of that COVID funding, we were able to defer some of the needs that we would have had to have from Surtax to a later point in time. And as you can see, over, we have a little bit of money this year in 2023. We had, a little bit of money in 2023, but that funding is no longer available to us. And, quite frankly, during COVID, having worked at another transit agency during that time, if it weren't for these COVID relief funds, a lot of people would have been out of work, and the system would not have been able to function because there was not as much ridership out there, and also there were still folks, essential employees that had to use transit to get to work, and so that there was definitely a balance there, and we were fortunate to have those funds, and then there's some fund balance transfer. So that's the outlook for 2020, the outlook from the past spend 2020 up till now, and then forecast for 2029.
Corey, could you talk about advertising? Because I see you still have income coming out there for 9 more years, or had it, I guess, only 4 or 5 more. What's the status of advertising, I would like to see us be advertising Surtax and nothing else. So would you like to talk about that, please?
Yes, so,
What's happening?
and I will ask my colleague Nathaniel to join me in this conversation because we both love to talk about it. So there, I believe you may be alluding to a recent state law that was passed that kind of defined what advertising can be on certain bus assets or transit assets. And the law is specifically targeting those assets that are funded by the Florida Department of Transportation. And in our case, that would be for example, our express service, which is 100% funded by the Florida Department of Transportation. That's our express service that runs from various parking rides along within Broward County down to Miami-Dade. So that is the question that's out there. And so we have an a vendor that sells advertising on our buses. And so that vendor, right now, that contract expires at the end of October of this year. And then quite interestingly, that vendor also is getting the next contract through a competitive process, and they were awarded that through an RFP process. The new contract is very prescriptive on what can be done on buses, and it's very different than what we have currently. As example, you're no longer able to do a full bus route. So the advertising can only be below the what I call affectionately the billboard area on a bus, which is below the windows and above the wheel wells in that little area there. So you won't see as many buses that are fully wrapped. That does not prevent us from advertising ourselves, advertising things that are important to the county, and using full bus wraps or other ways of doing that. But we are limited to doing it on assets that have no financial interest from the district on.
Well,
Department,
if
rather.
the county needs the advertising dollars, it looks like $140,000 a year is what you were spending. I don't know what we're spending on advertising and promoting ourselves, but I'm sure we can find the $140,000 to replace the money that's coming to the county from that. In other words, we're paying ourselves in a way. And only I think the issue we brought up was, let's have advertising for Surtax on our buses, and let's be promoting ourselves as opposed to what's out there today. And I think I heard you say it's phasing out.
So, no, Tim, no, it's not phasing out.
Advertising for non-Surtax projects, is that phasing out?
No.
Well, then maybe we have to have another
chat.
discussion.
Okay, we'll have another discussion.
I think we had discussed this in the past, and I think we had made a recommendation, consideration be given to just terminating advertising on our buses. Did we? I mean, we already taken a position, the board has already taken a position recommending to the county that they do away with advertising on buses.
Advertising anything but Surtax. In other words,
Well, yeah.
I don't have a
that's the next
problem
step for it.
advertising our work, but I thought we did too, but maybe we didn't.
Excuse, Mr. Chair. So in your November 2022 retreat, you had a discussion about this. You asked for a presentation to come back. In January of 2023, Mr. Garling did make a presentation to you. You did at that time have recommendations about how buses would be used for advertising, as well as whether or not there could be placement of map Broward information on unsold buses. What I don't think happened, and I do need to kind of look back and refresh my recollection, is I don't think that you all took a formal position because there was some back and forth about, is it only for surtax funded vehicles? There was a discussion, I believe, Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, about the fact that Primo funded vehicles and service is going to have its own branding. Likely there, at least there's something contemplated. And then I think several of you mentioned, well, because the surtax is funding so much of the operations, we just don't want to see any wraps on any buses. But I don't think there was consensus or clear direction that could be communicated to the county administrator.
Well, let's see if, because we can't talk to each other outside this room. I think we need a little discussion amongst those that are here and those on the phone. I'm going to state a position and see if it's supported by this board. I believe the position on the board is if we're going to advertise on our buses, it needs to be surtax related. Whether, I don't even care if the whole bus is wrapped in surtax related, to be honest with you. But we should not be advertising other than that. And I'm curious if what I'm saying should be a recommendation to the county and coming from this board as what I thought we did a few years ago, but apparently we didn't. So I'd like to hear from everyone about that. If I could,
Mr.
please.
Chair, and I apologize for interrupting, Mr. Frazier, but Mr. Chair, that type of recommendation or discussion is not on the agenda for today, has not been noticed to the public. If you want to have that in your non-agenda comments and request that that be an item for discussion at the next meeting with a vote and recommendation, that would be perfectly fine. But to take any action or make any recommendation today or have any specific discussion to try to gauge the other board members'
Question
opinion
then
on the
is,
topic would be
I don't
inappropriate.
need to necessarily take an action today. I want to discuss it in the open because we can't discuss it outside this room. We don't need to take a vote today. I want to get a consensus of whether where I'm going is where this board wants to possibly go in the future.
Right, but
Can we do that?
having the discussion to obtain some general consensus on an item that is not placed on your agenda would not be, in my legal opinion, appropriate for this meeting. To have a discussion about whether or not to have it as an agenda item at your next meeting and then obtain consensus, if there is any, is appropriate.
Okay, then I will do whatever you just said. And now we know why it takes to 2023 to get fiber optics in the ground. So I would like to hear some comments about whether we would like to entertain this officially at the next meeting. Is that okay?
That would be completely
you.
fine.
Mr. Chair, I would recommend, I need to recall exactly why we made a decision to no longer advertise on buses. Was there a reasoning behind it? Was it a budgetary issue? What was the argument behind no longer advertising on buses? Because I think until we know the why we stopped, then it can guide our path to why we want to do it again. Certainly we want to advertise our accomplishments and so on, but I'm curious to know why.
I just make a couple of comments on the budgetary implications of this, right? So the 30-year plan, and when you look at it, right, had $92 million for advertising over the course of the 30 years. So that roughly what we did is we sort of took the sort of existing levels of advertising revenue and did a 3.3% escalation, looking over the next 30 years. So it's a, significant, as you look in the long term over the entire program, it's a significant portion of it. As we sit today, we just went over, there is a ever-growing amount of surtax used for operating, but there are many other funding sources used as well. As we sit today, we have 70 fixed route buses that have been funded by the surtax out of our fleet of 415. And that's going to grow. So there was another 94 in the 5-year plan. So the surtax funded portion is just a portion sort of at this point. And it is a revenue source, right? A significant revenue source. And just one more kind of data point. If you look at what we're spending right now in our operating budget for promotion of public transportation, it's $2.6 million a year, which is, right now more than what we're collecting from advertising.
We making the decision to no longer advertise if it is providing some revenue. Am I missing that?
Maybe I can give you, that happened to, I don't know whether I generated it or not, but in response to Tim's comment that we only have 60 or 70 buses supported or paid for by Surtax out of 400, I have to take an issue with the fact that without Surtax, we wouldn't have a bus operation that we're having today. And to just say that, well, we're only funding 25% of the buses, I don't necessarily believe that. The money that we're spending, whether it's maintenance, whether it's drivers, whether it's this, affects the whole fleet. So to say that we're only funding a quarter of the fleet, so therefore we only should address this issue with a quarter of the fleet, I don't buy that argument. This surtax is doing a transportation system for the county wide. And you don't have, if we didn't have this surtax money, we wouldn't have a bus system today, and certainly in tomorrow.
So, sir, I absolutely 100,000% agree with you from that perspective. Without the surtax dollars, we would not be where we are, and our future would be bleak. And we would, all these expansion programs that we're talking about, all this new service that we're going to be adding would not be happening without the surtax. And so I just want you to please accept my apology. I don't think that's where Tim was going with that, but we do recognize the absolute importance of surtax, and it is the reason that we exist and will continue to exist. And we are so grateful for those funds.
Fine. In the essence of time, I'd just like to hear from the rest of the members while we can, whether they want to even discuss this at the next meeting.
I just
Mr.
have
Chairman.
a comment. It appears that the surtax is funding roughly 58% of their operation over the next 10 years or so, 6 years. If that revenue is not there from advertising, how do they make it up?
Am I allowed to answer
This is
that?
about money. I understand that the surtax is funding a whole lot of money. The issue for them is revenue.
Well,
So if that revenue
am I
goes
allowed to
away,
respond to that?
if that revenue goes away, who's gonna make it up?
Again, the discussion right now, I believe, is just to whether or not to have this as an actual agenda item for the next meeting rather
So,
than getting into.
I will
the
answer that
today.
at the next meeting if the consensus is we have it.
Yes. Let's move
Can I-
forward.
can I
with
weigh in?
Excuse-
having it on the
Chair's prerogative here. Debbie?
I'd like to consider it as an agenda item at our next meeting so we can deal with it once and for all.
Erdahl?
I agree.
I agree.
I agree. Okay, let's move on.
Do you need a formal motion or that was it? Could I also just ask, how long is the contract?
The existing contract ends in October 2024, 30, and then the new contract is for 5 years. November 1, 2024.
Point I would make is that they're going to award a contract before we have a consideration of the motion that was just approved. So that you could be barred for 5 years if that contract proceeds, right? And I'm sure the contract, I don't know, I'm not involved.
It's already been awarded.
It's already awarded?
Yeah, so we are in the phase of finalizing the pricing negotiations and things.
Hasn't been approved by the board at this point.
If I
It has been
can,
approved
'cause,
by the board?
so the award and the rankings from the evaluation committee have been approved by the board. We are finalizing negotiations of the contract with that vendor as we speak currently. It is, again, as as Corey mentioned, it is the same vendor that we currently have. The board will ultimately decide whether or not to approve that contract. There are, again, some statutory issues that have occurred this particular legislative session, which may have some impacts in connection with how that contract moves forward. But whether or not there is advertising below I forgot what the term that Corey used, I'll just say below the fold on the buses is a very different issue as to whether or not there should be advertising of the penny surtax on the buses simultaneously.
When you say the board approved it, you mean this board?
No, this board does not have
Okay.
decision-making authority in connection with that or any other contract associated with advertising on the buses. That's the Board of County Commissioners.
Corey, back to you.
Sorry, sir, I was just trying to get clarity on a question I had.
While I assume, Mr. Kitzberg, that we're going to be voting on A, B, and C separately, correct?
Excuse me, on item 3, A, B, and C, you have the ability to take that as a single item and a single vote.
I
approving
don't
A, B, A
wish-
through C as you.
I think we should do it as they finish their presentation. And
That's
vote on them independently.
absolutely the discretion of this board
Thank you.
as to whether or not to take them separately. You can take them together. And again, the item is for addressing the statutory eligibility of the items, not the merits of any particular item.
We just have a little bit more to go on our end. Okay, we're just gonna talk a little bit about community shuttle. I've asked Paul to be here with us to have this conversation. Paul not only runs our paratransit service, but he also runs all of our contracted service, which community shuttle is a piece of. This is a new piece of responsibility that Paul has picked up. We are so grateful that he has agreed to take on this responsibility. I will say to you that what he didn't say is that he was personally instrumental in helping us save $14 million on our contracts are related to the propane implementation program. And we are so appreciative of him doing that. And we have engaged him in some of these activities to also look for opportunities for efficiencies and to create value for the public. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Paul.
Thank you. So our 5-year plan for the community shuttle program shows we break up the community shuttle into 2 buckets. When the surtax was passed in 2018, the county had committed, to fully fund that community shuttle program with the surtax funding. And so we captured what the existing system was at the time. And then any new service would be considered expansion from that point on. So as you can see on the slide, over the next 5 years, we have a $60 million operating budget to cover the approximately 53 routes that we're operating in 18 communities. The system provides about 2.2 million miles of service on an annual basis. Additionally, we provide the vehicles for the program and other equipment. So we've got 12.5 million identified to purchase vehicles for the program. And also we have a project to improve community shuttle bus stops over the next 5 years to bring them into ADA compliance. So the total ask for the existing program right now is $85.4 million. The expansion number of 19.7, we work with the 18 communities. They're able to submit on an annual basis to us requests for service enhancements for the programs in their communities, whether it might be additional hours of service, different days of service, new routes that they want to cover. And so this money there will earmark those requests over the 5 years to make sure that we have a funding program for that service. So the $12.5 million earmarked for the vehicles will allow us to purchase 62 community shuttle buses over the next 5 years.
We're in the process right now of converting those vehicles to propane fuel as well. Right now, the existing fleet of 79 vehicles, we're at about 68% converted to propane. And we should have the rest of them converted by October. And the additional 12.5, as I mentioned, will allow us to upgrade 541 of the 1,000 some odd bus stops in the community shuttle program over the next 5 years. So this is an annual breakdown. So you can see we carry the operating for the existing program with incremental increases as communities are increasing their cost to operate the service, whether they do it in-house or through a contracted vendor. We've got growth to manage the existing service that they're running. And then we've level loaded the vehicle capital and the bus stop capital out over the 5 years to show you that $85.4 million investment. On the expansion, same thing. And just as Corey mentioned last week, one of the major initiatives we've got going on right now is that comprehensive operational analysis of our entire system. We expect numerous recommendations out of that report. Our vendor met with each municipality in the program to get what they see the future being, what we think the future's being, and developing the right tool for the job. And so these numbers right now are programmed in as placeholder for the current system as it's designed, but we do expect to see potential changes to our program through the report that will work with our municipalities that are in the program and then come back later on if there are any major changes to how we run the program.
Okay, thank you, Paul. The last thing we're going to cover as
I have
part.
a comment.
Oh, you have a comment? Yes, sir. Sorry.
Can we go back to community shuttle? The transportation system that we're doing in Broward County is countywide. The community shuttle seems to be on both ends, first ride or last ride, which to me is one of the most important part of a transportation system, start and end. I commend you for what you're doing. I wish you could convert the electric buses we have, but that's another story for another day. But where I'm coming from, I understand county is paying literally 100% of the community shuttles of the 18 cities that have them. I'm discouraged that the other cities don't have them because that to me is a negative to our overall transportation system. But I also understand that the money that the county is taking from Surtax is coming off the city's MAG. And I don't particularly believe that's the proper, simply because we're paying for their 90% or 99% of the system out of Surtax dollars. But that piece we're paying for, but we're really, it's all coming out of the same pot, but it's being deducted from the county's MAG. And I think we're starting to see that as projects go from design to construction, we need more money in the city's MAG, okay? So I just want to, when you're looking at whatever's in the Third Amendment, because I assume this might be there, I just want to share that. I'm curious of, can I ask the board their opinion of my comment?
Again, the item now is a discussion and vote of the statutory eligibility of the items that are in the 5-year plan. If you want to have a discussion, generally speaking, regarding the community shuttle program as part of that, that's fine. I mean, obviously,
Well,
obtaining consensus on some other issue that's not on the agenda, again, same problem.
So my next question is under chair's report. Can I have a discussion with my board members about this?
You've already started it.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait till later. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions before we move on? Okay, thank you. All right, this is the last, we're almost done, folks. Okay, so here we're going to talk about planning, performance management, and some risk. And so, Tim, will you pick up the planning slide for me, please?
Sure. So over the 5 years, we have $28.4 million for planning and studies. And I just want to pick out a couple of the studies to talk about. In 2027, we have our transit development plan. We have some money in the budget to help us with what's called a major update of that. That transit development plan is important. It's our 10-year business plan. And that's required by the state that we do it, but it's a good idea to do anyway. It's a prerequisite to receiving our state block grant funds, but it actually is our sort of business plan roadmap on how to do the system. So we get consultant support to assist us in doing that. In addition, as Corey talked about, we're just finishing a sort of long overdue comprehensive operational analysis. We had kind of delayed this because of COVID and ridership changes, but you really don't want to go long periods of time without doing these reviews. So as this COA is completed and implemented in at the end of 2024, and as new routes and like are established, and maybe even new modes of service, doing a follow-up study during which will kind of get funded during this next 5-year plan is important, that as an ongoing basis, you really have a data-driven sort of fundamental understanding of the services that you're providing. And then we have the $5 million annually for planning and studies. So just keep in mind, as we are growing from a bus system, a fixed route bus system, into a multimodal agency, there's a lot of stuff to research and to look at. Microtransit, fare equipment, there's a lot of things to look in. Also, as our organization grows, this money has helped us already write new rule books, write SOPs and things like that, and have supported our activities for really the growth of a system from where we came from, using the Surtax into this different kind of multimodal agency that is really put together to serve the public.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, and so I want to just talk a little bit in the wrap up about program risk, because this is something that is a factor that is in play, and it affects our scope, schedule, and costs for our projects, and quite frankly, some of the risk associated with that. I just want to take a minute to talk to you a little bit about some of the dynamics in the industry, and then equate those to some of the key risks that we see ahead of us, both in terms of market pricing, and some of the volatility that we're seeing in the industry. I alluded to this a little bit last time, but these are things that could significantly affect our primo projects. And so on the upside, we have a law, an act that was put into fruition back in 2021. It's the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. The act helped to support some of the COVID funding that I mentioned earlier, but it also put a significant amount of money into transit projects through our capital investment grant programs. And so roughly prior to 2021, the 5 years prior to that, the investment was about $12 billion nationally. And beginning in 2022, it jumped up to about 20.76 billion, and it will continue to climb up to 2026 to 22.04 billion. So why is that important? When I talked about the mix of us, the 25, 25, 50, this will be the primary funding source for that 50. The other thing that I want to talk about is the downside, and here's where the risk comes into play. So construction costs are continuing to climb, and those of us in the room that live in this space know that those costs we have issues in terms of material availability. We have supply chain disruptions. They have not leveled out completely since COVID. There's still some residual impacts. Material costs are also going up. Labor shortages are huge in this construction space. People are having a hard time filling roles. We talked about the success that we've been having with our bus operators recently, but that's a recent phenomenon in the last year. Prior to that, we were struggling as well. So we do see labor shortages, and these are all of the things that are affecting construction costs. According to the chief economic officer for the Association of Builders and Contract, he's predicting that there will be limited relief between 24 to 25. So limited to no relief on this. And the combined impact of the supply chain disruptions, rising material costs, labor shortages, and reduced competition is really affecting the transit industry. And when I say reduced competition, the contracting world on the construction side, they can choose now what projects they want to go after. And they're being very selective and only wanting to go after projects with limited risk. So a construction project that was put out there before that might have had 6 or 7 bidders on it, now maybe it has 1 or 2, or maybe even only 1. And so that is affecting us quite a bit industry-wide. Some examples of projects that have been affected by these cost increase include the Chicago Transit Authority's Red Line project. They saw a project increase of 57% over from March 22 to July 2023. And so that was not something that they were prepared to know was going to happen. Charleston project, which is a bus rapid transit project, saw 61.3% cost increase in that project. And the LA Metro San Bernardino Valley, Fernando Valley, transit corridor project saw an increase of roughly 29%. So we are in this space of cost uncertainty. And I just want to be forthright with that conversation because, it affects some of the numbers that we put in front of you today, and it's likely going to affect some of the numbers we put in front of you at a future date and time. And this has been an issue that the administration has been looking at. The White House actually sponsored a construction industry roundtable to sit down and try to talk about, so what are some of the factors that are causing these escalations, and how can agencies respond to that? What are some of the concerns in the market? And a couple of things that came out of those conversations was that there needs to be a better collaborative spirit between the owner and the contractor, that we need to have a culture of trust, and that we're not kind of fighting each other and working together on projects. The other thing that came out was that and they not fun to hear, but certainly something that we probably know, which was that you touched on, was some of the agency deficiencies or staff deficiencies that cause challenges. Here's the thing. One of them is related to employees being able to be empowered to make decisions real time, and not having to go up the chain to get an answer to a question. That affects the contractor's ability to deliver on a project. The other thing that affects also is the integration of the project effort and the operations team. So a lot of times, and we will not be doing this, is you will have a design team that's off in a corner doing design work and coming up with, this wonderful new bright shiny thing. And then you don't engage with the operations team or the folks that are ultimately responsible for maintaining it. And we talked about this at our last meeting. So we've addressed that issue, but it is a concern that is out there that attributes to some of the risk in these projects. The other thing is that they need the cooperation of the entire agency. And I thought this was very informative in the fact that they said that, there has to be a marriage of the entire organization and a common understanding of the importance of these projects across the organization to make sure that they have the priority that they deserve. And that shows up in the procurement process, that shows up in the legal process. And so what we've done here in our case is we are working very closely with our colleagues in the procurement side of the house to address some of these issues, as well as the county attorney's office, so that these things don't catch us. Now, I can't say that we're 100% there yet, but I can say that we're on a path to not having those things be a challenge for us. But to your point, Mr. Allen, there are some struggles in some of those areas, and we hope that we won't have as many struggles as have been in the past. The last thing I wanted, back to the risk, I just want to say a couple unknowns still out there that I really want to put on the table is we do not know what it's going to cost us to operate on our commuter rail service, that we do not own those tracks. We do not own that operation. We will serve at the pleasure of the FECR and Brightline. And so it's really important that we have a good working relationship with them to make sure that we are able to run our service. And it's also important that there's a price point that we can realistically pay to access that service that's reasonable and that it makes the most sense. We continue to worry about property acquisition. That is a concern that is up there. And then regulatory risk. The regulatory framework can completely change. The IIJA could be repealed. There could be a change in philosophy as the administration changes, regardless of which way the election goes. There could be a change in philosophy in terms of funding for public transit, and that could affect the availability of federal resources to support our efforts. And again, I want to say, regardless of which way it goes from an administration perspective, that could be an impact. So that's just something that we have our eyes on. And, always is once you start getting close to building things, your public becomes a lot more engaged. And that could be a risk that's out there. As much as we are going to be forward with our public involvement, sometimes people don't show up until it's real and right in front of them. When they become more engaged, and that can unfortunately affect your schedule, scope, or budget of a project. And so those are the risks I just wanted to point out. And then the last thing that I want to talk about is performance management. So, we, as we grow into this organization, it is very important to me that we have a fundamental performance management strategy in place that we can hold ourselves accountable to and have some transparency with the public on. And so we're looking at some very important KPIs that to follow any program that's out there or any capital project that's out there that's, the norm. And I just want to point out a couple of them. One of the things that we always want to make sure is whatever we're building is done in a safe manner and it results in a safe project. And that shows up in the safety and environmental space. We absolutely have to be environmentally compliant as we're building. We also have an opportunity to green up a lot of our buildings. And that would be something that we are looking to do. We've done it with the Lauderhill Transit Center. We've actually won awards because of our sustainability efforts there. So that's some performance to track. As we move into some other areas of performance to track, obviously we want to, understand where we are against our budget. We need to understand what any cost challenges or changes are and be able to account for those schedule changes that we need to be accountable to. And, the one thing that's super important is for us in this spectrum of performance management is workforce development, workforce readiness, and having our eyes on the prize, so to speak, on that stuff. It is very easy to build something and then not have the resources available when you need them to run it. And that is why this is a very important performance metric for us to pay attention to and keep our eyes on. And so I just wanted to kind of give you kind of a little flavor for some of the performance management pieces of the puzzle that'll be in play as we move forward. Our goal is to have a scorecard of some kind that would be public facing, that can, we can show where we are relative to these KPIs and overall program delivery. And with that said, I am finished finally and open to any questions that anyone has at this point.
Does anyone have any comments? Corey, I want to thank you for looking into the future. That last part of this presentation was unexpected, but very refreshing to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? If we can, what I'd like to do is entertain a motion to approve as statutory eligible Broward County Transportation Department Item A. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Alejandro, you on the phone? We'll get his votes later. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks
See you
a lot,
next time.
Corey and team, Tim. And
Oh, yeah, thank you.
excellent job.
Did I miss you?
No.
Okay, what's in the thing? Broward County Public Works Department, must be Tony. Hi, Tony. I only had one coffee today. Just think what I've had two.
Good afternoon again. Am I on? Okay, good. Thank you. Very quickly, the Public Works 5-year budget proposal is a total of $326 million. Spread out over 5 years is an average of about $65 million per year over this 5-year period. Just as a point of comparison, our FY25 that we discussed last week was about $77 million. So it's approximately in the same range over the next 5 years as our level of effort that we discussed last week. With that $326 million, there's approximately 160 individual design or construction elements that makes up this total amount of money. Excuse me, and it's spread out in the same categories that we have discussed in terms of road expansion, improvement, and so forth. And similar to what we have done in the past, what I will be doing is every year as it comes up, I will be discussing these projects in detail, just like I've done for the FY25, rather than going over the entire 160 projects with you.
I want to point out drainage, rehab, and missing sidewalks, street lighting, and school zone improvements, all pedestrian safety issues.
Yeah, and all of that, actually, all of our improvements take safety into account, and then we do take multimodal transportation into account as we design and implement these projects. So these are all things that we, do together. They may not be called out specifically, but certainly when we do them, those are incorporated into our design and our implementation. And that's all I have. If there's any other questions, I'll be happy to try to answer.
I'm glad to hear that, because I was going to suggest, based on last Friday's meeting and this one, I'm not so sure we're not ready to call a question on this. Am I ahead of my time?
Again, if you wanted to take each of these A, B, and C, you can feel free to have a motion to approve these as statutorily eligible. They have been reviewed and determined to meet the criteria of the Surtax statute.
That's what I just said, right?
Yes.
I entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second? All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Cho, if you're ready, we can take a,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Municipal projects, one of my favorites. See, I made a little more time for municipal projects.
No problem. We do have members of the various municipalities that have projects that are being proposed as part of the 5-year plan that are present physically, as well as others that are present on the phone. If there are specific questions, I'll certainly ask a representative from that municipality to speak to project-specific questions.
Okay, we just see a show of hands of where you are? Municipalities, we got one, two. Oh, we got a whole 6 or so. Wonderful. Thank you for coming.
And,
Go
and there are also several on the phone.
Okay, how many we have on the phone?
How many do we have right now on the phone? Just one.
Okay,
Just one right
wonderful.
now.
Well, shall we begin?
Absolutely. So one of the roles of MAP administration is to work with our partners at the MPO and the cities using transportation planning expertise and also the excellent collaborative work of legal counsel to put together a 5-year plan every year consistent with the terms and conditions of the Second Amendment. And as you can see, there are 4 slides. I'm going to go through them relatively quickly unless there are specific questions from members. The first slide shows all of the projects these are all still cycle 1 projects. So I just want to point out, these are, bless you. These are the remaining phases of cycle 1 projects that were originally recommended in either a planning or a design phase. So you can see we've got the rank over on the left-hand column. We're continuing to try to fund these projects, again, consistent with the Second Amendment language in their exact ranked order. The ones that are highlighted in green are just to visually represent to you. Those were the last 2 projects that had any unfunded, that had any funding that was not previously programmed into a 5-year plan. So when we get through those 2 project funding amounts that you see highlighted in green, we should be completely through our cycle 1 projects. Yay! Woo! All right. So the next is still all cycle 1 projects, but you see that one bright blue cell is indicating a request from the city of Coral Springs to bring a project that was programmed to receive its construction funding actually in 2026 into 2025 because they are on schedule to complete their design. I think very soon, I think the first week of September. So they were hoping that they could access that $330,000 for construction. The MPO provided a readiness review evaluation of that project and recommended based on where they were in their design plans that the project could be ready for construction in 2025. We were able to accommodate it. And so county administration approved the move of this project up. This is Coral Springs 102, but I'm going to have to bring somebody from Coral Springs to talk about the nature of that project.
So, thank you. I just want to take an opportunity really quick to thank all of the board members for being on the board. I know what you do is very difficult and representing all the cities and the county. And I hear all the discussions that you have at all your meetings. So thank you. Big thank you to Gretchen and Lena. You both and all of MAP administration. I know that we've been collaborating for many years, so I really appreciate your responsiveness and your partnership. So to answer your question, Core 102 is for bus shelters. We're designing and surveying and replacing 4 bus shelters, community shuttle stops. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions on this particular slide before I move on to the next set of projects that are programmed between 2025 and 2029? You start to see here over on the left column, indications of cycle 3. So that's indicated by the C3 and C4s. And these are projects that were recommended by the MPO through the Surtax Services Agreement in either 27 or 28. You've seen these previously. There aren't any changes to the programmed timeframes. Now we get to the final slide where at the very top over on the right in purple, you see the two newly recommended municipal capital projects that are the result of the MPO's recommendations that they presented to you all in May at your May meeting, that both are in construction and are the next phases of projects that were recommended in their design phase last cycle. There, as you can also see there is another move. So there was one other municipality that requested that a project that was actually programmed for design in fiscal year 2028 move up based on its readiness. It is a very significant project. It is a collaborative project between the city of Wilton Manors, the county, and FDOT. We've had several meetings with all of the stakeholders and parties, and the evaluation determined that that project should be ready for design in 2026. So with that, I don't have anything else on this.
I just have a comment. I love to see these black arrows going to the left. Congratulations. We've been chiding in some cases, not moving fast enough. Thank you for that. The only other comment I have, when I look at the purple in 2029, I have concerns that, are there only 2 projects there because there's only 2 projects ready for construction? Or are there only 2 projects there because that's all the money we have?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as we discussed during our briefing, there are many other projects that are ready to move into their next phase. Some of those are not construction projects. Some of those are projects that would be moving from planning to design. There were over 50 projects that were submitted to the MPO in cycle 5. Mr. Klitzberg looked through each and every one of them to assess their eligibility. And there are, as you can see on this slide, projects that were recommended in a phase of planning or design in the previous cycles, either cycle 3 or cycle 4, that were not recommended for their next phase. That is not because they aren't ready, and it is not because they were not wanted by those municipalities. It is simply a result of the way that they landed in the ranked order. So the next project in ranked order was a very large construction project. I believe it was over $10 million. And the reason that you don't see any other projects being recommended in 2029 for cycle 5 is because we couldn't fund the project that was next ranked. And even though there may have been other projects that could have fit into the amount of funding that we had left over, which was approximately $4.9 million, they just didn't rank high enough to be
Well,
recommended.
I have some concern that as a planner, that I don't want to get in this position where we don't have money to fund something and we have a project ready to be funded. And I don't know how you can look far, and I hope someone's looking farther ahead. So to me, this is a glitch. And that's why I just don't want to not be able to fund something that's ready to go, that's been approved, and not have the money in, I guess, in the MAG, correct?
As I mentioned, we did have sufficient
Pardon?
money. We did have additional money that was in the MAG. It's actually around $5 million. And so we could have funded more projects. And I don't know, Nathaniel, I see that you have your hand on the button. This is a product of the way that the Second Amendment is structured.
The last statement is true, and in connection with the manner by which, again, since the county does not conduct the evaluation and ranking, that has been contracted out to the MPO. the criteria that they utilize, they place the project in a particular order. There's not a provision for them to say, okay, the third ranked project is $10 million and you only have 5 million left. Therefore, we skip to the next project has only a $5 million amount in
Okay.
it. That's not something that is provided for.
Well, maybe, you know, we have growing pains. We're learning every time. And maybe we need to take a look at that particular phase of what the MPO is doing. Because to not be able to fund this $10 million project that was next in line, and then not to be able to jump over it and fund these others, to me is just not right. And it's not the best use of our time and our money. And I don't have a solution, but it looks like maybe we need to look at that aspect of what the MPO, how they're ranking, and give them some more flexibility so we can move these things along. I don't know that that's unreasonable.
There are a million different ways to, I hate using this phrase because the animal care people that I used to represent will come after me. There are a million different ways to skin this cat. You have the ability, not this board, but again, under future amendments to the agreement, there are scenarios where you could be discussing whether or not you allow new projects to be put into a cycle versus just next phases of existing projects, so that you're really focusing on, okay, well, let's not look at something new, which may, for whatever reason, rank high until we've gotten finished with things that got into a planning or a design phase. There are a number of different ways. It certainly is something that is part of the discussion that's ongoing.
Well, that sounds extremely logical, and I would urge the county to move in that direction.
It certainly is something that will be discussed with in collaboration with our municipal partners.
Thank you.
So with that, would Sheila want to entertain a motion to approve the 5-year plan?
Municipal projects as proposed today.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
That would be correct.
Yes, all of your action items are completed. I did just, if you would mind, just very quickly wanted to point out that the next step for the 5 year. Yes, sir. You're not on mic, sir. You're not on your mic.
I don't want any of the cities to leave. I want to offer them the opportunity, if they want to come up here and say anything they would like that would make our lives easier or more difficult, or your lives more easier or difficult. Please, can I do that? It's not on the agenda?
The municipalities are here to discuss various items that may be in your discussion items where you can call for comment.
So can I ask them to come now?
Well, it depends on which item you're taking, right? If you're going in order of your discussion items, the next one is the program performance.
Well, I just don't want to lose them, so I don't know if what they're here to talk about, you're saying that has to be on this agenda for them to talk about it?
Well, again, the items that are remaining are discussion items. If there were non-agendic topics that the cities wish to speak about, they would have come up to speak during the public comment earlier. I believe that they're here to discuss items that are on.
Or so I can ask them as a chair report if they have anything they'd like to say. So I'm just going to advise them that they shouldn't leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the slide, you'll see that once this is completed, we'll do our typical transmittal letter, which goes to the county administrator. And I did want to point out that if there are any board members or members of the public that are interested in participating in the budget workshop on August 27th with the county commission, it will be very high level, looking at the Surtax capital fund based on the recommended budget that was released on July 15th.
This is basically a typical outcome of this meeting.
It is.
Formally presenting our approvals to the county commission. Thank you.
Correct, sir. And next up would be the Office of the County Auditor.
Hi, hello, can everyone hear me? Yes. Okay, so today, at the last. Here we go. At our last. Yes, that's. Okay, at the last meeting, several members raised some questions about, having performance audits. So, what we're going to present today is sort of an outline on how we might have that discussion, and be responsive and kind of bring together a good project. Performance audits could cover a broad spectrum of things. The Surtax covers a broad spectrum of things. So we wanted to have this introductory kind of discussion about what we're going to discuss. But first, thank you all for wanting a performance audit. We don't often get called and asked to do audits, so that's very exciting for our office. Um, But, let's, yes, please. Thank you.
Excuse me, what might be helpful is to you to tell everyone what this performance audit exactly is. Who are you audit? I mean, just to give a general background to it. Thank you.
And actually, the answer is, we don't know yet. We're going to solicit your feedback as we develop that plan. So let me get through these slides and then hopefully you'll understand the process that we were thinking so that we can really be as responsive as possible to what the board is seeking here. So just as a timeline, here we are today. We're going to have this initial discussion that will hopefully set us up for the next meeting on October 25th, where we'll have a facilitation session. And then we're going to gather a lot of feedback. And then at that point, our office will take that, sort of put it together, come up with some sort of ideas, plan, what we call a scope of services, and hopefully have some good suggestions that we'll bring back. Maybe there's an opportunity for additional input, and then we'll talk about the recommended audit approach.
Let me rephrase my question.
Uh-huh.
A performance audit of what? I assume it's the projects and
Okay.
you have to help me.
Okay. A performance audit could be a broad spectrum of things. And maybe Gretchen, could you progress to the next slide? We can do a performance audit of lots of different things. Surtax covers a lot of things. And this is why we wanted to have this meeting today, because I walked away from the last meeting also going, a performance audit of what?
Thought, if I remember correctly, I think it was Phil or past chair wanted to understand how the contractors were performing and were we meeting our deadlines? Were we on budget? Phil, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what you were asking about when we talked about audit years ago.
In our formative stages, yeah, we did discuss, I think we talked about the issues of performance auditing and how that would fit the program. I guess where I'm coming from now is, what is the question that we want to ask? I mean, what do we want answered? Is it a component of the program, or is it the entire program? I mean, your audit is going to be based on what you want to be answered, not what the answer is, but what could be asked of the auditor to provide that. So it can be as small as, well, I want you to look at the electric bus acquisition. Was that, done in a professional and state-of-the-art way of doing things? Or the question is, how efficient are we as a board in making recommendations to meet our obligations under the Surtax law that we operate under?
Okay, so this is a fact-finding commission by Laura here to see what her scope is.
Yes. So what we're going to do today is talk about, as Phil said, just to have a better productive conversation. I wanted to set the stage for that so that between now and October, everybody has a chance to think about what is that question? Is it a big picture question? Is it a more microscopic look at one aspect of a program? What would be the priorities of those questions? And even to point out, there doesn't just have to be one audit. You know, we can do lots of audits, you know, but what might be the higher priority? What maybe thinking about what's a good first audit, and then where do we go from there? So that's some of the framework. So my apologies. I hope in not knowing what we're going to be doing the performance audit on, I'm actually being more responsive to you by saying we want to hear what you want before we just, you know, make a decision on an aspect of a program.
Well, my apologies for not exactly being clear, but I'm the type of person not ashamed to say when I don't know what I'm asking for.
And you know what? I'm here to give you some ideas to help set that stage. So again, just a little bit of a perspective on audit. Audit strength is really in a retrospective position. How well did we do? Did we get where we wanted to go? Things like that. We can look at the current status of a program. Where is it functioning right now? What is the management controls and oversight? And if we were going to do something in a looking forward perspective, sometimes even looking at the past or looking at the present tells you, are we set up to succeed moving forward? Do we have a path? Do we have the tools that we need to get there in the future? Every audit that we do always includes opportunities for improvement, where if we find a concern, we also make a suggestion on a way to fix it or a way to do things better. And again, we could have our audit for now and our audit for later. And we could have a phased approach. We can always build from one aspect to another. And as a first suggestion, if you don't mind, thinking that maybe we wouldn't know where to start a conversation, I've just kind of quickly brainstormed a little bit, and this is with Ms. Cassini's feedback also. Here we are at 5 years in. Maybe we just kind of want to do a pulse point kind of performance audit. Looking at where's the program, what have we been delivering, what have we been funding, what are the programs, were we consistent with the ballot, did we, how are we following through on the plan? If something is different, are we following the spirit? And I'm kind of just brainstorming just to give you some suggestions. What monies has been spent where? How does maybe surtax funding fit in the bigger picture of what is county funding? I think Transportation Department had a great slide where they showed you all the different funding sources, but maybe there's broader questions like that. So this is just an initial suggestion. Maybe we just want that kind of pulse point, transparency and accountability, even the function that this board itself serves. Are you meeting the expectations of the public of what was set forward on that ballot? There was recommendations about structuring this program. Do we want to take a look at that? And then what we were thinking, if we took an approach like this, maybe then it helps set the stage for what the second audit might be. You know, when we started a bigger perspective, then we can drill down to maybe, hey, this was something that maybe we're a little bit off where we want to be. Let's take a closer look and see what we could do there. So I have on the slide there, maybe that's a phase 2 performance audit. And then I want to introduce another concept as well. An audit like this would be something that can be readily completed by our office. We also have options if we have different questions that we could also get an outside consultant. And I'm going to speak a little bit more about that, but this approach here, certainly something like that is something that could be completed by my office.
If I could perhaps just offer a discussion item here. it's, who is this directed to assure, our existence? I mean, are we doing this on our own? Or are we doing this on behalf of the appointing authority, which was instrumental in getting the tax to the public in the first place? Or is it to the county commissioners who we make recommendations to? I mean, are we trying to, as part of the program performance or performance audit, I call it an audit, but it's different than a financial audit. Who are we trying to address with this?
So if I may, Mr. Chair, it seems like that was directed at me. I want to just maybe provide a little bit more of setting the table of why this conversation is happening. If you look through your May 10th meeting minutes, there's a couple pages of discussion several of you had with a larger group about some things that you would like to look at, and that you thought this might be a good time to do some type of audit to evaluate performance metrics, whether or not the program was actually doing what it was intended to do. Are we meeting our goals? Are we being consistent with what we told the voters, the financial plan? So when the Office of the County Auditor reviewed your verbatim minutes, they started to try to structure what this presentation could be to try to elicit additional feedback from you. And I don't think, to your question, Phil, that there is, we did not know the answer. So, I think Laura needs to hear from you about what are your expectations? What is the audience? What is the scope? What did you intend by that conversation?
I apologize, and I had to leave early that meeting and missed that discussion. They did not review the minutes as it relates to that particular item, so I apologize as to being surprised about why it's here. So I'm fine with that. I think it may be a little bit too much for us today to really answer that question. I mean, to hone in on what we want to have auditors. I'll review the minutes here when I get home, specifically as to whether I can determine what the intent was.
And Thea.
Let me hopefully answer some of those questions there. First, that's why we're having that discussion today, so that we're ready for that session on October 25th, because we do recognize there's a wide range of topics, things to consider. And so to do that without people having an opportunity to have that kind of forethought and planning on what's most important, we recognize that. That's why we wanted to have this today to set the framework for next time. As far as the audience for that, all of our audit reports are always presented to the board. They're usually on a Board of County Commissioners. They're usually on the board's agenda. They're made public, but by the same token, we can bring that here, have a full discussion of that audit report. The audience in this case is this board that asked for it, but our audience is always the public.
Absolutely, and that was going to be part of my comment, that the audience that we're preparing this for has to be the public. And it is really about auditing ourselves to make sure that we are delivering what this board was intended to deliver. I think that whatever the template is, it should be developed in a way that will allow us to do this maybe every 5 years or every 3 years, whatever. We need to define what that timeline is, and we need to be consistent, because it will allow us to measure our progress as we move forward. So if we decide that there are 5 items or 6 items that we want to audit, that same, template essentially should be kept throughout the year, so we can, unless of course something dramatic that we decide needs to be added. But it's really about making sure that we are being accountable to the public we're here to serve, with respect to stewardship of dollars, making sure that we are not just signing off on everything that is presented to us as it should be, as presented. We just really want to be good stewards, and we're holding ourselves accountable, and that's part of the reason we're asking for the audit.
No, I would just question though, we are not elected by anybody in the public. We were elected by an appointing authority.
Right, I know
It
we were
was
not
interface.
elected by the.
So I
public.
mean, I don't want to get in a position that we're holding ourselves out to be the representatives of the public. We are their servants.
We're serving, the,
Right,
the taxpayers.
right.
And so, I know we're not elected.
It's just a fine line that you walk there between what is political versus what is professional.
Right, we're here to serve the public, and so
Right.
we want to make sure that we are accountable to the roles that we serve in.
If I may. Thank you. Those are some very important comments. And I'm gonna even skip a little bit ahead. The slide that's on the screen right now is what I kind of think of as a reference slide for everyone to look at, to think about going into the October 25 meeting. But to the point that you just raised about performance metrics, that's another opportunity that we have here in structuring what we look at. And I hear this board ask good questions and wanting to understand. And I'm not trying to speak on anyone's behalf, but just what I've observed. The board seems very concerned about the impact of these dollars in these programs. Perhaps there are performance metrics, areas that are of concern or across the board. Maybe we want to develop some of those performance metrics or coalesce them in one place, because I know county agencies are tracking all kinds of data all the time, but maybe it's just not in front of this board just yet. But those are things that maybe we can look at and see if not every year, every 5 years, when we have that measurable difference. And I'm just going to use a quick example, but we had our traffic presentation today where they spoke about 320 of 1,400 intersections will have this data. Maybe we want to look at how many, just as an example, how many have it now? 5 years from now, how many have it? How many have it? So we can see the impact of those dollars. So maybe the board has specific questions. Maybe the board just wants to say, auditors, we are concerned about XYZ. You come back and tell us what those should be. So there's all different kinds of ways to approach it, but what you're suggesting as far as like 5-year looking points, that's another idea. And Mr. Allen, as you suggested, audit answers the questions, how are we doing? But does somebody have a specific question? How is XYZ doing? Then bring that, there's all different kinds of things. And again, the slide up front, specific areas of operations, a county program, a specific area of delivery, looking at the municipalities, knowing what those metrics are, or thinking about what metrics we might want, thinking about what's most important. And then also understanding that when we have this session, we're going to have a lot of information. There's probably going to be a lot of different ideas. And then when we move on from that, our office would take those ideas, kind of put them in manageable chunks, thinking about them as in the broader scope of our entire audit plan, what approaches might be best, and then sort of present back to you what we suggest would be the most beneficial as well as efficient audit approach.
Well, I think we could, Mr. Chairman. Just permission to speak? Okay, thank you. It could be as broad as, how's the surtax going? I mean, ordinance was passed, we're 5 years in, how have we done? Or it could be specific, and I think this is something for discussion at the October meeting, is what is the question we want to have answered? Maybe we take a smaller piece of that overall surtax, such as, I know one of topic that keeps coming up is traffic light signalization. What's the history on signalization? Where are we at today? How have we changed the process, et cetera? That would be, you know, a potential smaller piece. We see how that goes and the process goes for that to somewhere down the road. We might want a program performance at 10 years saying, how has the Surtax performed?
I'm taking my homework home with me, okay? Number two, when we get back and start to put this together, I want to make sure we're not spending too many dollars on this issue. You know, that's what we're here for, right?
Well, again, this board doesn't have the ability to direct the expenditure of dollars. It'll make its recommendations to
No,
the
but
audit.
we have the ability to decide whether we want to go ahead with this audit once we know what it costs, right?
Well, again, it will be your advice and recommendation.
We understand. We can only recommend, which is okay for now.
I think this is a great opportunity for this board to ask for a study or audit performance. It's about the curiosity of, you know, the public, the taxpayers, and what we've done past, you know, 5 years, initial 5 years, and that could be used as a, you know, matrix comparison for the future. I think we have the program outlined from the beginning when we went to the voters and what we, you know, promised to them and where we saw the opportunities of improvements, whether it's capital or broader, you know, efficiencies. I think you can come back with a proposal of touching, you know, these important salient, you know, issues, and in the end, it will be quite, you know, useful for the public and staff and also county commission. And it's being done by your office, you know, and I think that will bring additional, you know, credibility and legitimacy. And we are also proud to have that done. We're looking at it as a way of testing ourselves, improving, you know, processes and the opportunities for improvements. And I think, however this idea evolved, I think it's going to be a good time, you know, the 50 years to have this, you know, study audit.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments. And that is why we offered just that one suggestion. Maybe, you know, that's where the board wants to go. But as Phil said, come back, think about it. There's other questions. That's what we want everybody to have a chance to think about it by October, and then we can come up with that approach. And again, my office usually performs the audits. We do have the ability to seek outside consultants if we needed to. And in that case, just for a framework, our office would most likely lead that solicitation, be project manager and contract administrator for any other, if there was an outside auditor engaged.
Ms. Rogers, thank you.
Yes.
If you're finished, I would ask staff to make sure that these documents, these 4 or 5 pages, are emailed to the people who are not here today and let them know of the schedule and that we're going to have an extended or a short discussion about it at our next meeting.
Absolutely, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you.
This is part of the materials that were distributed to all the members, also posted to the website and available to all of our stakeholders.
Well, but specifically, I want to pull these out and send a separate pointed document to the members who are not here today that can't take it home, so we don't have somebody showing up and getting educated on site.
Got it.
Thank you.
No problem. No, let's see. Did you have any? No, you're good. Okay. If I could, Mr. Chair, based on the fact that we have people from the outside that are here, and we are running quite a bit over schedule, I was hoping that we might be able to skip the sunset review discussion, put that at the end, and deal with the municipal BCCMA discussion.
I agree. I thought we had 4 minutes left.
Correct. Oops, sorry. Little bit too much. Overly enthusiastic to get to the end. Sorry about that. So at this point, we do have representatives from the BCCMA, which is the Broward County City Managers Association. They have a Surtax subcommittee. I believe the chair, Carl Thompson, representative from Weston, is here, and Pamela Landy, who's also on the Surtax subcommittee, who's a representative from the city of Wilton Manors, are here to provide an update.
And this is over and above the April 30, 24 letter? Or
This is where they are since that letter. So what have they been doing in response to receiving that letter?
wonderful. Thank you. You have more than 4 minutes, okay? Don't worry about it.
I won't take more than 4, guaranteed. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank everybody for volunteering their time to be on this board. So since we met with, I'm Carl Thompson, by the way, City of Weston, Assistant City Manager, one of the members of the subcommittee. We have Pamela Landy from the City of Wilton Manors here, also a member of the subcommittee. We have been working diligently and in partnership with Gretchen and Nathaniel, and we met with the county administrator in April. We had presented a term sheet of what we thought would be advantageous to be in the third amendment that we're all seeking to get done as soon as possible. And we had a very good, productive discussion with the county administrator, and there were some things we wanted to take back to our membership to reaffirm some new things, and then some other things we want to reaffirm with the city managers to then go back to the county and said, this is, again, we're reaffirming what we would like to see in the third amendment. And so we have a meeting, the city managers bi-monthly meeting is next week, Thursday. We will be presenting these items to them. We're going to take a vote and then transmit the results of the vote along with the term sheet to the county administrator. I do not want to get ahead too much of that point, of that schedule, only to say that we have an ambitious schedule of getting the document at least drafted on the final version, and probably Nathaniel is first here in this date, but we banded around the end of this year. Okay, it's an ambitious schedule, and everybody's just gonna have to work together to get it done. With that, we have heard there's some things that the board has said that are contained in some of the term sheet requirements too. The goal is just to improve the document. It was a learning for everyone coming in, and we want to just make the document more equitable to everybody, to be flexible to handle some of these restrictions that the Second Amendment now kind of binds us to. And to me, it's very simple. There are 3 or 4 major points we want to get in there and get done. If you have any questions for me.
One, thank you for being here. 2, I want to assure you that this board has met with the county manager and been assured that we will have some input or review or something of this third amendment, because we believe it can make our jobs easier and it can help us do what we're assigned to do. So one, I thank you for coming, and we're looking forward to more dialogue as time goes on, and I'm I'm glad to hear we're shooting for the end of the year. So
Shoot
good
for the
luck.
moon. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have anything? Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Nathaniel, are we able to move into non-agenda to have the cities that are still here speak? Is that acceptable?
Absolutely. If we want to, if the chair wants to jump around so that the folks that are still here can speak, and then we can go back to the sunset review item. Absolutely. Yes. You're off mic.
Want to go down to the non-agenda chair reports where I have the opportunity. Is there anyone from the cities still here today that would like to come up and say anything that would make your life easier or harder? I would welcome you to come up and please come up and introduce yourself and tell us what's on your mind.
There we go. All right, I figured it out. My name's Julie Krolak. I'm Director of Development Services with the City of Coral Springs, and I really appreciate this. It's been great working with your staff through our different projects. And we actually submitted for a couple of projects with Cycle 5. That's part of a bigger project that I welcome the opportunity to come tell you a little bit about that project. Try and keep it succinct because I could talk about the Everglades Memorial Loop all day if you let me, but I promise I won't today. Just to give you a little background about the project, it is a little over 10-mile multi-use path that we're looking to develop in the city. Portions are already constructed. We're going to be widening in some places, creating new trail in some places. It's on the west side of the city. It's generally bounded by Atlantic on the south, Coal Ridge Drive on the east, Wiles Road to the north, and then the Everglades levee that's existing out there right now. We really feel like the Everglades is an amenity that we as a county have that we want to start looking west a little bit more. Anybody who's been to the Atlantic Trailhead in an evening, you know it's packed. There's no parking, you know, it's just packed full of people. So we really want to start looking at the Everglades, and we've looked at creating this multi-use path, which we submitted 2 projects for Cycle 5 this last round. And we really think this is going to be a true countywide partnership project. We've already worked with the cities of Coconut Creek and Tamarack. We have letters of support and resolutions of support for the project from them. We've had discussions with FDOT and the Turnpike Authority already about it because part of the project includes a pedestrian overpass from Wiles Road to the levee. As well as Broward County and MPO staff, it's on their priority list as well. And we have several private investors as well that are constructing portions of the loop on their private property as they're coming in and redeveloping. We have 3 projects already that have contributed to the loop and have built their portions. So we've got about a mile already done through that as well. Once complete, the project will tie into multiple existing greenways. One, the Everglades Trail that goes all the way up to the Lake Okeechobee. It'll also tie into the existing Cypress Creek Greenway, State Road 84 Greenway, as well as the Flamingo Road corridor. So as I mentioned, it really will be a county impact and combining all those corridors together. We completed a basis of design report to look at the Everglades Loop holistically, and we have broken it down up into 9 segments. As I mentioned, 2 of which we submitted for design for Cycle 5. We also wanted to understand what the economic impact would be for this project, and we're looking at over a $26 million impact countywide to it. And that's largely because there's more than 1,800 businesses within 5 miles of the project. So we're looking forward to working with you all on this. And again, I appreciate the chance to come up and talk to you about it, and we look forward to seeing you all soon.
It's in Cycle 5. Money's been,
No, we submitted for Cycle 5. I think it ranked too low
What-
to get funded that.
what's
cycle.
the status of the MPO ranking on that?
It was ranked, let's see, project number 2, which was segment 9, which is the bridge. We submitted for a design for that project. That was ranked 30th. And then segment number 5, which is Royal Palm Boulevard, that segment ranked 49th. And that was for design and then later on construction.
So if it's ranked that low, what's that mean?
It means that it's not being recommended for funding.
What about the other?
neither of them would be recommended for funding. 35 and
Do-
49,
do-
the only two were recommended for funding.
So it didn't reach
Does
a
the
point that
city
it was reviewed
understand
for.
why it's not being recommended for funding?
We do, and we'll continue to work with your staff. I just wanted to have the opportunity to tell you about the whole project. Since you offered, I appreciate it. We know we'll keep tweaking our application and come back another cycle.
So you're working on getting it approved?
Absolutely, yeah, we'll be
Okay.
back again, so I want you to remember
Okay,
next time we're
okay.
back again, you'll recognize.
Now,
it.
what city again is that gonna
City
come?
of Coral Springs. Coral Springs.
I'm having trouble today.
Oh, that's
Oh,
City of Coral
guess
Springs,
what?
yeah, there you go.
My hearing aid fell out of my ear. That's what the problem is. What city?
Coral Springs.
Oh, Coral Springs. Okay. All right, now I got it.
So thank you again, I appreciate it.
Thank you very
So
much. for your
because it
time.
wasn't recommended, that it's not reviewed for
Turn your-
eligibility under
speaker
the
on?
ordinance.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, Mr. Allen, all 60 projects that were submitted this year are reviewed for statutory eligibility by our office before they go into the evaluation and ranking process with the MPO. So this project, both of the Coral Springs, actually, I think, I don't know if
So
We
you,
had a
there's
third
some-
one that wasn't
all
part
of
it.
Coral
Several
Springs
years- couple
projects
years
were
ago,
reviewed this year and were determined
The
eligible.
trailways projects or the master plan for trailways, wasn't there some issue as related to eligibility under the ordinance? But I think that was under the gas tax or something like that.
Those issues have been resolved. All those issues in terms of that project that you're speaking of have been resolved. That is a Surtax eligible project. And I believe that that's a project where there was an additional 200,000 in funding from the Surtax given this year.
There was a master plan that was in place, I thought, for trailways.
That is what he's referencing. You all actually, as Nathaniel just mentioned, you just approved adding $200,000 to that project to allow it to get back to its original intended scope and extend the schedule. Actually, I think we just got the fully executed, partially executed agreement back.
I might have signed it during the middle of the meeting.
And this project in Coral Springs, that was part of that master plan?
No, it's not. It's actually separate and distinct from the master plan, but it was submitted to the MPO process and evaluated for eligibility. And it was deemed eligible for Surtax. It just didn't rank high enough to be recommended for funding.
Just a general question, I guess, for that is maybe we need, I'd like to know how they rank these projects, because to me, to have all these projects in and have, oh, that's not eligible, or
No.
it's so far down the road. Is that?
Again, it's not a question of they're not eligible. Again, this year there were 60 projects. I believe 56 were fully eligible. One was partially eligible. There were
Okay.
only
Okay.
less than a handful that were not deemed eligible.
Okay.
Then at that point, the MPO does their qualitative analysis
Right.
and ranking to determine which of these are the
Okay, that's
best
fine.
projects to proceed from.
I guess what I would like to have come back to this board, I would like to know what the MPO is using to rank these projects, because I want to know, I have some suspicions that maybe some things aren't getting high enough ranking. But I could be wrong. So can I ask that we have send us something? How does the MPO rank projects?
Feel free.
So, Mr. Chair, and please, Nathaniel, jump in. That as we've talked about, and when the MPO does come and do their presentations with you, they talk through the evaluation and ranking requirements. Evaluation and ranking criteria are actually listed in the Second Amendment. There are primary criteria, there are secondary criteria. The MPO has some obvious level of flexibility in determining how primary and secondary criteria are weighted. They have control of the process and the tool, but they do come and provide you with that information.
Well, you're saying it's in the Second Amendment. I'm wondering whether, since we're going to have a Third Amendment, whether we need to change anything. But we have an obligation here to see that this money is spent properly I hate to use the word equitably, but to me, I would like to see black and white, something I can read that says, here's how they rank them. And if I see what I think I might see, we might ask for some changes. And I think that's within our purview, isn't it?
In terms of the latter question, you certainly have the ability to express your opinions as a board with regards to the evaluation and ranking criteria. Let me rephrase, how the evaluation and ranking criteria are being weighted, because that is in essence what the MPO does. The MPO has, again, under the agreement that the county and the cities have, under the interlocal agreement, the county and the cities have agreed, this is a list of primary criteria that will be used to rank these municipal capital projects. These are a list of secondary criteria that are going to be used to rank these projects. Every year, the MPO takes those primary and secondary, makes its own internal recommendations on how much weight to give to each of those. They're every year discussed with the cities before the application window closes. They are, again, also discussed with when the MPO comes to the oversight board in terms of how they're weighting the various different criteria. And the cities don't come into the process every year not knowing how each of these is being, how each of those criteria is going to be allocated points towards the system.
Did I understand you to say each year they change the weighting?
Each year, there's a determination that's made each year. The MPO will go and review and have discussions with MAP staff. There's discussions that go out to the cities in terms of, is, the focus going to be X, Y, or potentially X, Y, or Z in terms of some discussion about, the nature of the projects that have come in previously. Have we been ranking the impact, or have we been giving enough points to impact on school safety zones? Well, maybe we need to tweak that, and that gets X points versus Y points as it has in years past. That is within the MPO's purview under their services agreement with the county to make those recommendations and determinations as to how many points to give each of the different criteria. Again, they have a list of primary criteria, so they can't take secondary criteria and make it 90 out of the 100 points. They still are tied to primary criteria and secondary criteria. And this is what's been agreed to with the cities under the Second Amendment. How things get ranked is certainly one of the primary things that has been discussed with the cities on a number of occasions in our meetings, and whether or not there needs to be more flexibility or there needs to be a different process where, again, the county and the cities in collaboration with one another make a determination more frequently what needs to be the focus of
Is
these
it,
municipal capital
is it in our purview for us to ask to see what last year's ranking system was?
Absolutely.
I would like to understand, because I don't want, as the gentleman that didn't stay for the whole meeting, but pointed out, when we know we rank last in safety of bicycles and all that. I just want to see what system we're using to make sure that we might have some recommendations to change it.
Well, I am sure that we can provide both a copy of what the program and plan that was distributed out to the cities this year from the MPO was. I make the assumption that we have last year's that we can provide.
Yeah, that would be good to see how that, I'm a little, I guess it's better that it changes every year, but to me, that seems a little awkward.
Chair, if I may, and obviously MPO's job is to follow the criteria, and it's not easy when you have limited funding and many, highly ranked, projects. But what happens if they rank projects, quite a few, and the funding obviously doesn't cover all those, projects? Can we ask to supplement the spending? I mean, do we have that,
that isn't within the oversight board's purview. There are provisions that are provided for in the interlocal agreement between the county and the cities where they have the ability to make requests to the county in certain circumstances.
And not really making MPO's job more difficult or more complicated. And we need to follow it, criteria. But if there are some X years, number of good projects, but they have to wait for another cycle or two. And if there is a need for additional $5 million, and I mean, is that our discretion to supplement the budget?
No.
Yeah.
That is not, the funding mechanism is not within the purview of the oversight board. Every year there is a amount that is allocated that is put towards the MAG every particular year. That is, the MPO is advised of what that amount is. The cities obviously are advised of what that amount is. And frankly, just like any grant program, at the end of the day, there is a bucket of money, and there may be 50 good projects, and you have to choose the best projects because of whatever that bucket of money is. So, this year, even though there was an additional $5 million left over, utilizing the ranking and evaluation criteria, the point system that was utilized by the MPO this year, they had the ability to make the recommendation that they made. It didn't utilize all of the money because they don't have the ability, nor do the ability doesn't exist for them to say, you know what, even though project number 3, which was for $10 million, had 75 points, and project number 4, which was only for $5 million, had 73 points, we're going to flip the order. The points are the points. That's the objective standard that they're utilizing.
Who has the authority to change that funding allocation per year?
Well, per year, ultimately, it is up to the Board of County Commissioners to determine how much money is going to be, placed in for municipal capital projects. One of the things that's being discussed with the cities is different flexible options that may exist and may be able to be utilized in future years so that we can fund more projects or different projects, or prioritize them in a way that is, I guess, more nimble than what we have the ability to do under, again, we have an interlocal agreement that has been signed by the cities and the county that we don't have the ability, without a vote of the various cities, city commissions and the county commission, to really deviate from without creating all sorts of problems.
And that agreement is going to, I guess it's the MPO's agreement is going to expire end of the year.
The MPO, the county's agreement with the MPO runs through the end of this year. There is not currently an agreement in place for what will be happening in terms of evaluation and ranking next year. I'm sure it's going to be one of the things that's discussed with the BCCMA in terms of, and obviously with the MPO, because again, it has been a collaborative process. We have a 3-party agreement as it sits right now.
Okay.
Plus a separate services agreement with the MPO.
But what I'm hearing from you, we could ask county commission to consider an allocation, higher than it's been the previous, years.
The cities have the ability to make certain requests under the Second Amendment for various things. Again, this board is not part of that piece of the process. The cities, and there have been scenarios where the cities have made requests outside of the MPO ranking process because they do have the ability to make those requests.
Is this board able to make a recommendation to the county commission that they consider some modifications of their agreement with the MPO, so that the issue that came up this year that we could have approved number 4 over number 3 is something they might want to consider, so there's more flexibility?
That message is one of the things that has been part of the discussion with the BCCMA, and I know is going to be part of the discussion as we move forward with the Third Amendment and with the agreement with the MPO.
We don't need to make that recommendation. You're already aware of it.
Oh, it is on the list that
Thank
has been
you.
checked twice.
Thank you. For no more city people that want to speak, we're going to get back to our third item, and we're going to chair's report. It will go on hold for now.
We can, Mr. Chair, if I could just recommend at this point, unless there are other cities that wanted to speak, that we go back to the discussion item that remains, which is the sunset review, before we do the non-agenda items. The rest
Oh, I'm sorry, number 2, you're right. I misspoke. I meant 2.
Are we on? Yes. Hello. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members, Administrator Cassini and Mr. Klitzberg. Hello there. My name is Marty Cassini. I'm the Director of Intergovernmental Affairs here at Broward County. Good to see you. I am here today to talk to you about the sunset review process and give you a little bit of insight of what's going on with the sunset review. Oops, that's the wrong way. So as part of the Broward County Charter, there is a provision that states that each board, committee, or authority agency that is not established by the charter must be reviewed every 4 years under a process that we call sunset review. And again, it happens every 4 years and again, if it's something that's established outside of the charter. So anything that's in there, we have 7 boards that are in there that aren't going to be reviewed. And so essentially, we did ask through an online portal, just some general questions and overview of how the board is progressing and if there are any suggested changes. We did receive some feedback, nothing of terrible note. And then we meet with the chair, and we did have a virtual meeting with Chair Kuhlman to discuss this process. And then now we're here at number 3. And then any recommendations are forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners. And then the County Commission determines, generally what changes need to be made. And so when we go through this process, clearly it's something that the intent of the original charter drafters had that they didn't want boards to get stale. They didn't want to have any sort of board that was not functioning properly. And so this really is the opportunity tonight to look in terms of what is in the enacting legislation and stuff like that. Being that this board is new and is running very well from what I've seen today. Don't necessarily, and after our conversation with the chair, don't really have any recommended changes to it. But again, these are some of the things that that we talk about with other boards countywide. So generally happy to take any questions, and here's all of our contact.
Don't have any questions? Because I do, if you don't.
Go ahead.
Mine's maybe more directed at our legal counsel here. If this board was set up as part of the Surtax and has a purpose behind that, how could you sunset us? And if you wanted to, how could you do that based on the fact of how we were established?
Well, so the oversight board at this point can't sunset itself, or can't recommend that it be sunset because we're still in the middle of the Surtax program. However, we do have the charter requirement that there is sunset review. Sunset review doesn't necessarily mean that you're getting to the point of going, well, should we continue existing? That's more of an esoteric question that I think we all ask ourselves every morning. But right now, this board can't be sunset.
And it's also very rare.
Well,
Just in
then
terms
if we
of
can't,
the rest.
I don't want to say that we wasted your time, but it would appear to me that I'm just asking.
But again, the board can have recommendations that it makes through intergovernmental affairs to county administration, to the Board of County Commissioners regarding changes or recommendations regarding the board's activities and functions, regarding how often it meets. All of those things
Oh,
are
those
part
are
and parcel.
those are wonderful things to hear, that we can
They were all
actually
on the
make
on the list.
changes to our role. Well, I'll remember that one.
Mr. Chairman,
Pardon, go ahead, I'm sorry.
to point on that.
Wait, turn your microphone on.
Side conversation.
Hey, I hope I didn't say anything out of school, but Phil, do you have something?
On that point, and that's one of the areas of concern, you know, we have in the past made recommendations to the board that were perhaps outside of our normal assignment of determining funding and managing the overall surtax. But one of the deficiencies, I think, is in the existing process is that we send up the line these recommendations, but we never hear back specifically from the board or from the appointing authority, either one, as to whether what consideration they have done relative to our recommendations. Now, sometimes, in fact, I've met with the county administrator sometimes about that topic. I know the chair and the past chair had meetings with the county administrator, and of course, Gretchen provides us input as to the recommendation. I guess the feeling I have is sometimes we don't get the attention of the board. The board's busy with a lot of things, but perhaps something as simple as when we make a recommendation and that recommendation either for or against what the board has recommended, and we make a recommendation to monitor something, that there is a formal response from the board that's taken up as a board item or agenda item on the county commission board, that we've got this recommendation from the surtax. This is why we think to implement, or what we're doing to implement that recommendation, or why we don't think that obligation is necessary to be acted on. And I don't know. I think that goes back to your point, Mr. Chairman. The return, you know, what happens to those? Do they go into Gretchen's work file to come up in the future, or do they actually get in front of the Board of County Commissioners that they pay attention? I'm not saying we as a board is necessarily right, but we have an obligation to make those recommendations to the board, and they need to do that. Now, the only way I see that happening is that the county administrator prepares the agenda that the board acts on, and all the motions, et cetera, have to clear the county administrator. If the county administrator, as part of that recommendation, you know, is said to do something, then that should be cleared in the agenda item that would come back to us, or at least in the minutes of the Board of Commissioners, that we considered this item, and this is why it's not appropriate, or we're making a change in policy, you know, based on that recommendation.
Well, you know, I'm happy to have that conversation with the county administrator, but when we look at, you know, this process specifically, you know, we are talking about kind of more the governing statutes of each of the advisory boards. Every single one is completely unique in its own right. Mission statements, makeup, categories, etc. And this one being very unique, you know, the overall legislation is really what we're talking about here. I think some of these things that you mentioned are more operational in nature, and those are some conversations we can have separately.
I don't disagree that they may be operational in nature, but I think it's still, there ought to be some feedback to say, you know, but out of this, it's none of your business, if that's appropriate.
Can I just chime in? I don't know, you're losing me here a little bit. I think that in the past, when we've had any issues that go before the county commission, there's a report back to us.
What?
There's a report that tells us what action was taken. I'm not sure I'm clear about what you're talking about exactly.
No, there is no recommendation.
When we've submitted amendments that we wanted, any changes, we get a response back.
I don't see those.
Am I missing something?
Okay, so I think there are two different things that are happening, but let me know if I'm correct. One is when you send a transmittal letter that includes recommendations that may or may not be considered out of scope of your overall role. And that recommendation, those recommendations are shared with the county administrator. And sometimes she provides responses right away. In fact, I think as a result of your meetings, she made a commitment to be providing a written response to recommendations that come through your transmittal letters. What I hear you saying, Phil, is a different, and she in fact provided it. I think what I hear you saying is a little bit different, and that is, do those recommendations ever make it to the county commission? And that is a different question, and the answer is that is up to Monica. I don't prepare agenda items with recommendations that come from you all. That is true. And we don't really prepare agenda items related to the actions that this board takes, because the board is acting, like for today, the board is acting on a recommended budget. The way that the ordinance is structured, you can only act on what's in a recommended budget from the county administrator, and then we provide feedback back to her, and then the county commission acts on all of these things as part of their annual budget. With respect to what I believe Vice Chair was mentioning, when we were developing the ordinance, amending the ordinance, creating the administrative code, all of which are actions that required Board of County Commissioner approval, yes, you would provide that feedback. It was shared with county administration. We created agenda items through the Office of the County Attorney, and then I would come back and provide you with updates and invite you to the commission meetings when that was happening. But those are two different aspects of your role.
Got it, thanks.
So, Mr. Cassini, I assume then we don't have to worry about, we're not being sunset, we're doing okay.
Absolutely not.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Yes.
Erdell, do you have anything else?
Yeah, I just have a general comment, and I think part of
Mr. Frazier,
frustration-
could you speak into your mic, please?
Part of the frustration may be the board sometimes doesn't understand the limitations of their authority. I think the 4-year sunset has nothing to do with us. That's a statutory thing for all kinds of boards. So that's not up for discussion. I think the big issue for us is the limit of our authority. And sometimes we may get caught up with a recommendation as it is the end of all, but it's just a recommendation. We don't have the final say so. And I think that sets up a little frustration among board members sometimes, because we feel we spend a lot of time and effort looking at agenda items and different types of things. And as it goes forward, somebody else has the decision-making authority to carry on a fast track or slow track, or not put it on at all. So I'm just expressing some of the frustration that board members have when you hear them talk about lack of feedback. Is this going to change? Can we do this? Can we do that?
I would like to say that I believe that every recommendation that this board has made has been taken properly to this city manager, county manager, I'm all right, city manager, county manager, manager of the county, and enacted. At least we know they heard us. And it sounds like we're still being effective, so even though they maybe can't sunset us, but so I'm very happy with the response that we are getting. We do have a problem of maybe stepping outside of our box, but we're all learning. And I see this as an opportunity to expand our box in the long term.
Well, also the box to some extent is also governed by both, governed by the ordinance as it sits right now. So while you can certainly share your opinions regarding the box, the ordinance is the box.
Know about me and how the ordinance is. We don't want to get into that and the voter language. Anyway, Erdell, you have something?
I would like to take this opportunity, looking at the opportunity to review, and one of the is meeting frequency. And this is something I've been thinking about, for the future, if we can have a discussion item at the next meeting, I believe it's on October 25th, how we can optimize our meetings, frequencies, or the time of the day, and for the board and also for the community, for staff. And by no means this is being critical of staff. They're doing a terrific job. But just want to, share some of the, I think, the low-hanging fruits here, the opportunities of improvements. We need to be more engaged, my opinion, and this minimum requirements of meeting quarterly, maybe in the beginning was appropriate, but at this point, I think we're going to have greater involvement in the process. That's how I feel. I just want to have this, the board to, have this discussion and then take it from there, and however we end up, and that's fine.
Just a comment. I'm not so sure that the 4 quarterly meetings aren't sufficient for official actions. I think what I'm reading between the lines, that more meetings where we can discuss things together and not necessarily put the staff through a lot of preparation work. That's what I get from what you're saying, or at least I support more discussions of this group in the public so that we can talk about things. Because I think that's what's frustrating is I can't talk to you about something unless I'm sitting here in the public. So maybe we need to think about that as an extension of your goal of having 2 more meetings a year that are more informal, doesn't put staff through the ringer. Maybe it is needed.
So, Mr. Chair, may I I just wanted to mention the fact that we've had these discussions. Actually, we met quite a bit more frequently than quarterly early on because we had to stand the program up. And we had some vacancies and things like that. So we have this year, we will meet 6 times. 4 of those will be for formal action, possibly 5 now that I'm hearing. And so I know that over time, the idea of doing workshops was something that we hadn't initially entertained, but we do budget workshops now every year. We do retreats every year. We're going to do a workshop in the evening to try to make it easier for public participation. And I think when we meet on October 25th to set our calendar for 2025, we can certainly have a more robust discussion of this.
Just thinking about this, maybe we have it right in front of us. We need to spend more time thinking about the non-agenda chair member reports. So when we come to these meetings, we have the opportunity to do it. I don't think about it. And I think maybe to start with, Erdal, you need to start getting ready to make a member. Every one of us need to make a member report, or you have an obligation to have one, to what's on your mind. And we need to set more time in this agenda for us. And that will, I think, help us. What do you think of that?
I think that will be a huge improvement. But like today's example, and not in a different October 25th or May 10th, we have a lot of very important, decisions in front of us, presentations in front of us. Having, meetings every other month or once a quarter is just too, far detached. We need to, in my personal observation, being on board for a year, however we engage, more, it will make it easier for us, I think easier for staff, We don't need to meet 6 hours a day every time. It could be an hour meeting, hour and a half meeting. But any way to improve, I'm fine with that. I just want to have this conversation, that's all.
Gretchen?
I just, one more thing that I've mentioned to some of you individually that I'd like to just make sure is on the record. You can see that we have an issue with attendance. And the more meetings that we have, the more difficult it will be for us to be able to not just attract, but also retain individuals who work full-time, who have other demands on their time. But this is a volunteer board. And, you know, we want a great representative, broad group that's diverse and looks like our community. And so I just want you to take that into consideration when you think about more meetings, how that's going, you know, the structure of that and whether or not, you know, we're going to be able to take action. These are going to probably be workshops. They're going to be things where we have no action items because I doubt we're going to be able to get quorum.
Marty, do you have anything to add?
One other thing
Mr.
that I would just
Counsel?
like to add on to your comment earlier and just to bring this about full circle. One of the other things, and I need to verify this, but I believe that this board is governed under our standard language in chapter 1-233 with regards to attendance, which also means that if you wind up having these additional meetings or additional workshops or whatnot, and you have people that can't attend all of those, if I'm remembering correctly, once there are 2 unexcused absences, individuals are removed from a board. So that needs to be taken into consideration as you're deciding whether or not to add things to the non-agenda part of your meetings and have the same number of meetings, or as you determine how many your schedule for the coming year, the fact that there are ramifications of not being able to be in attendance.
What is a excused absence?
If you have a letter from your mom.
That's going to be a little difficult.
There are quite a few excused absence reasons. So it would be hospitalization of you or someone in your family. There's paternity leave, maternity
Vacation
leave.
doesn't count.
Huh?
Vacation doesn't count.
Vacation doesn't count. no.
Okay.
But, you know, we're talking things like, you know, being summoned for a deposition, you know, right.
All right. Marty, do you have anything else?
No, I think I would echo the comments of Ms. Cassini and Mr. Klitzberg, because, you know, in dealing with the general administration of boards, when you do you know, when you do change the frequency of meetings, and I understand it's a very difficult balancing act, it does generally have pros and cons, and sometimes it becomes a double-edged sword because you do start to lose quorum. You know, talking about workshops in lieu of those things generally do work, and depending upon if you are subject to 1-233, I was under the assumption that you, the understanding that you weren't, but maybe we can check that.
I need to verify that
Yeah.
particular issue. And again, you know, while the board's existence is required, I don't know whether or not.
Right, it is, yeah, because then you also have things like you can't have a certain amount of additional meetings under that statute. So, you know, we can definitely
right.
talk and look at that, but
Anything else?
I think the open conversation is good. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good to see you.
All right. Jumping back, get back on the non-agenda to get us out of here.
Right here between you and I. Yours looks so much better.
All I really want to say is, I really love what our staff is doing, and I think we're moving positively. We always have room for improvement, and we're always learning, and I'm glad to see we're willing to say, you know, we did this, but we need to change that. I think Nathaniel is really a breath of fresh air from our legal counsel that we needed. Not saying anything against anybody before, but he reminds me of an engineer that can find a solution to something and doesn't say no. And if I seem a little energetic, it's because I really love what I'm doing. And I'm not familiar with the way governments operate, so therefore, every one of us comes from a different background, and I think that's what makes this group very strong. So you're gonna see different people comment at different times, and I tend to look at the big picture as a planner, and I've lived here most of my life, so I want to thank you for the opportunity, and I hope anyone that I've talked to or responded to is, I'm not meaning to be critical. I'm meaning to get answers and to go in a positive direction. So that's all I have to say. I think this needs non-agenda items in the meantime until we have our scheduling next month, or we're gonna probably, we all need to have something to say. My challenge to this board is, I want everyone to have a member report of at least no more than 5 minutes at our next meeting, and maybe we can get through some of these things. So that's all I have. Any other members have anything to say? General counsel.
I have nothing on my memory board, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Gretchen?
Of course, we lost a lot of people, so I'll be sending an email. But when you do come to your retreat, which now looks like it will be a regular meeting because you want to take action on an item. So we'll have to bifurcate it. We'll have a regular meeting and then we'll adjourn it and we'll go into your retreat. Please, please, please bring your calendars for 2025 calendar year. And when we set these meetings, especially the meetings in the summer, be thoughtful about your plans and your holiday and your vacation, and try to, obviously schedule around these meetings that are basically the most important meetings of the year for the oversight board. So that's all I have is I will be reaching out to each of you also to find out what you would like to talk about at the retreat. I know most of the retreat is going to be spent on the audit, but if there are specific issues besides the ones that you have put on the record today that you think of over the next couple of weeks, please let us know so that we can make sure to include those in the retreat agenda.
That meeting is October 25th at 9:30 a.m. here. It's a Friday.
Yes, sir.
And thanks all the public that participated today. Thank you very much. I think the meeting is adjourned.